between Commissioners Ramsey and Briones. And so thank you for the privilege to be here. Let's pause for a moment together and pray. Father, Scriptures teaches us that each day is a unique and special gift from you. And so for this day, we're grateful. And there are a lot of things we're thankful for. I mean, thankful even just that we're all here in this room, safely arriving this morning and making it through all the different traffic and issues we do to get here. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be serving you ultimately, but also to be serving our community and the constituents of our community and the people that we love and we care for, who are today doing all of their activities, going to work, going to school, staying at home, dealing with doctor's appointments and everything that's a part of everyday life in Harris County. And they are enjoying that, and they are enjoying the amenities and the leadership of this government. And so we are grateful for these leaders. We're grateful for the opportunity in a free land to have elected them and voted for them and be able to be a part of that process. We're grateful that there's a sense of sovereignty and providence in you bringing them, in a very real sense, calling them to this position. And so today, as they lead us, as they make important decisions, we would ask for your wisdom, we would ask for your presence, and probably, having looked at today's agenda, an element of your endurance and your ability to be with us and to give us strength, along with the wisdom to make proper and appropriate decisions. But more than anything else, when this day comes to a conclusion and we get the opportunity to rest again, we are just thankful that you are a part of our lives, that your love constantly envelops us and helps us and is with us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thanks, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you so much, Pastor, and welcome. All right, let's recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Oh, thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. We will start, as usual, with the speakers. And I want to take, I believe there are some elected officials here this morning. So let's start with the elected officials.
I think I see Mayor Baytown.
Yes, Mayor Johnson, come on down. Thought you could sneak in. No. Baytown's in the house. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this
So
morning?
nice to have you, Mayor. Welcome.
So how's everyone feeling this morning?
All right.
That's
Excited.
it. Come on. It's a wonderful day outside.
Right.
But we're inside.
It's-
Yeah, no, it is. It
why it's
is a
wonderful.
wonderful day. Yeah, no, it is a wonderful day. It's nice to have you.
It's good to be here. I just wanted to stop in today and say thank you for the funding for the streets for one of our subdivisions in Baytown. It's something that I've worked on since I was a city councilman, and now that I'm mayor, to see it come into fruition because of the partnership with Precinct 2 and Adrian Garcia and all of you all. Tom Ramsey, you do some wonderful things in Baytown also. I just wanted to stop in and say thank you. Our residents are very appreciative of the things that we are doing together. And speaking on behalf of Leonard Park, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Next time you come to town, we're giving you a parade. The partnership between Baytown and Harris County is something that I value and our citizens value, and we hope to keep that partnership going strong in the future. So I just want to stop in today and say thank you.
Wonderful.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Mayor, thank you so much for making the hike down here and really appreciate you taking time. It's always good to hear from our mayors, regardless of what part of the Harris County you may be representing. But thank you. Thank you, because the partnership with Baytown has been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you to your leadership. You bring a historical from a kid growing up in the McNair area to now being the mayor of Baytown. You bring a really phenomenal perspective, and it's needed so we can make sure to get things right. So this partnership's not just about getting projects done. It's about making sure that we do the things that you saw growing up that needed to be done, that didn't get done, but now we have the opportunity to work together on it. So thank you so very much, and all the blessings to your family. We're going to miss the First Lady Saturday night, but I know her and her mom are going to be having a great time. So please give her our regards.
Yes, sir, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Ellis.
Mayor, thanks for coming down. Always good to see you. Appreciate the long partnership we've had, the things that are going on in Baytown. It is a great example of governance we don't talk enough about in Harris County. Y'all just quietly do the things right, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's public safety, whether it's dealing with specific needs. I know we just celebrated announcement last week of the EPA going to remove those San Jacinto waste pits, Commissioner, on the north side of I-10, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen soon. We've got
That's good.
8 more soccer fields going in by Baytown, and if you see Alejandro out there, give him our best. I don't think I hope Exxon doesn't know how much time he's putting in on the soccer side of it, but it's great to have volunteers like that in the community making a difference. And certainly almost serving on council in other areas, y'all have too. So thank you for what you do. Look forward to getting that baseball field moving as well. So partnerships are how we get things done, and appreciate your leadership in every way.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Mayor, always good to see you. I enjoyed working with you when you were on council, and I'm looking forward to coming down there with Commissioner Garcia, seeing that sign for Henry Doyle Lake.
That's it, yes, sir.
I just appreciate your leadership over the years, and always good to see you.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you again.
All right. have
Mayor,
a good
thank
one.
you. And I love your beautiful community. I'll have to go visit you over there soon, hopefully. Certainly before the end of my term.
Please do.
But yeah, be safe heading back and enjoying the beautiful day. It's so nice to have you here. Thank you.
Good to be here, thank you.
I believe we have Clerk Marilyn Burgess here.
Good morning, members of the court. I'm Marilyn Burgess, Harris County District Clerk, and I want to begin with a heartfelt thank you. Since I took office in 2019, one of the hardest truths I learned was that the men and women of the District Clerk's office have been among the lowest paid in county government, despite the importance, complexity, and essential nature of their work. Your pay parity project is changing that in a real and tangible way for my team, and we are deeply grateful. Our office has approximately 600 employees who support over 90 courts and handle hundreds of thousands of criminal and civil filings each year. In all 7 years when no funds were allocated through the budget process for merit raises, we searched line by line through our budget to find any way to acknowledge our highest performers. It still wasn't enough to catch up with other departments, but we never stopped trying to move our people closer to fair pay. The system needed a much more comprehensive review than what our office could achieve alone.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. That is why this countywide project was so important and so appreciated. The DCO staff are not just positions in a budget. They are parents, grandparents, caregivers, first-generation college graduates, and longtime public servants who have built their lives around this work. This project by the court will help them keep up with the rising cost of living, plan for their children's education, and feel that their expertise, judgment, and dedication are finally being recognized. It will allow many to drop their second jobs they have worked just to make ends meet. It sends a powerful message from Harris County values, the people who keep our justice system moving, often behind the scenes and without fanfare. Our office has been significantly underpaid for decades when compared to others in the county doing similar jobs. The special skills and complexity of the work in the district clerk's office are finally being reflected in our pay, and my staff is now much closer to the levels they deserve and more in line with other county departments. On behalf of the 600 employees who safeguard records, process filings, summon jurors, and serve the public with professionalism and care, I want to say thank you for taking on this project and seeing it through. You hear a lot about FTEs and line items. Today, I wanted you to see some of the people behind those numbers. Some of them are here with me today. At this time, I would like to invite the members of my staff to come forward to the podium and share in their own words what these raises mean for their lives and their families. And I have not even heard their remarks.
Thank you. Welcome you all. Go ahead. It's okay. Take your time.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. It is a privilege and an honor to be here to speak in front of you guys. I've always wanted to be here. But as a clerk in the misdemeanor courts, I know the decisions judges make aren't without deep consideration. And as an employee for Harris County, I, among many others, are grateful you took into strong consideration the livelihoods of hundreds of people and reevaluated our pay rates. As a result of this recent raise, I have a newfound hope for my journey of buying a home instead of continuing the renting cycle. And this raise will also help me pay off my student loans faster so I can go back to school and finish my bachelor's in public policy at University of Houston. Go Cougs. And obviously, these are major choices in a person's life, but they don't happen all at once, but rather over time. And I am grateful the opportunity has been afforded to us as a result of the Pay Parity Project.
Thank you. Would you say your name for the record?
Yes, my name is MJ.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. My name is Carly Brinsfield. I'm a lead criminal court clerk with the Harris County District Clerk's Office. I wanted to come up here and sincerely thank you for the Pay Parity Project and for investing in us. A lot of people, unfortunately, don't realize what goes on behind the scenes in the courts, so it truly means a lot to feel seen and valued for the work that we do every day. On a personal level, this is so much more than just a raise. I feel like I can actually breathe for the first time and realistically prepare for my future, which includes being able to start a family of my own one day. So truly, thank you. It means more than I can put in words.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khalid from Human Resources District Clerk's Office, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Commissioner's Court, Ms. Burgess, and all those involved in supporting the Pay Equity Project. This was a great initiative. Beyond the financial impact, it sent a very strong message to the employees that their work's value. And most importantly, the fairness and equity remain a top priority within our workplace. Many of our employees work diligently behind the scenes each day to serve the community. And this project helps them feel respected, motivated, and recognized. And I truly appreciate the leadership, the collaboration, and the commitments that make this happen. Once again, I would like to thank you all for all your supports and all your commitments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Hatcher. I'm an intake clerk in the district clerk's office. As a result of this pay parity program and this raise, I'm able to pursue my educational goals at the University of Houston. I'm a master's of public policy student, and I'm able to pursue that more diligently now. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. Dear Ms. Burgess, I want to sincerely thank you and the administrative team for the recent compensation adjustment and pay parity project. This gesture of advocating for the voiceless shows your commitment and persistence to fairness in valuing employees operating with professionalism and ethical behaviors. This motivates me to continue delivering my best, contributing to the organization's shared goals and dedication. Thank you again for making me feel acknowledged, esteemed, and venerated. You will be missed but not forgotten, and words could never express the gratitude. Best regards on your new endeavors. And my name is Cassandra Diriso, and I work in multi-district litigation.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Paul Story. Dear honorable members of the court, I would like to thank you all for instituting the Compensation and Pay Equity Project. I would also like to express my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to all who were involved with the implementation of the project and for bringing it to fruition. This will make a great difference in my life, not only financially, but emotionally and mentally. This will also greatly improve the morale and spirit of Harris County employees. Thanks for everything you've done for my family and the other families in Harris County whose lives you've greatly impacted with this project. Gratefully yours from the bottom of my heart, Paul Story.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Valerie Cabrera, and I am the Family Court Supervisor of the Harris County District Clerk's Office. I supervise 33 court clerks, and on behalf of them and myself, I wanted to thank you all for approving the much-needed funding in response to the Compensation and Pay Equity Project. I have been with the District Clerk's Office for about 20 years, and as the workload and expectations have increased drastically, the pay rates have not. At least not in a way that was indicative of the value for the work that we do. The DCO court staff has been underpaid in comparison to other smaller counties and even when compared to similar positions in other Harris County entities as long as I can remember, until now. We truly appreciate what the results of this project proved and even more appreciative that the need was met with support. We truly appreciated all my court clerks as well. We're extremely happy, and I wish you could have seen the expressions on their faces and the joy and just overwhelming feeling of gratitude. So thank you very much.
Good morning, Devontae Hill. I'm speaking on behalf of one of our family intake clerks. She writes, "Thank you for approving these raises. I want to take a moment to talk about what it means to be a family intake clerk. Yes, we process filings, answer phones, and handle many daily administrative work that keeps the courthouse functioning. But behind every case number is a human. In our window, we witness some of the hardest days of people's lives. I hear victims describing assault, abuse, kidnapping, and the fear of life every day. We hear children going without food, medical care, and stability. We watch people cry at our corner, sometimes from heartbreak, sometimes from fear, and sometimes from relief because they finally found the courage to leave an abusive spouse. Those stories do not stay at work when we go home. We carry them with us. As clerks, we experience and are expected to stay calm and compassionate and professional while absorbing the pain, trauma, and desperation of our community. Thank you for helping us and seeing us and making us feel heard."
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you all. You can see how this has impacted the lives of the people in my office, and we are all very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Burgess. And let me just say, you folks were thanking us, and but I know you are also grateful to the clerk, the district clerk, Ms. Burgess, and you've been such an advocate for your staff from the very beginning, and your jurors, and we all know that. So I also think you've done a fabulous job. I guess we'll both be leaving the county at the same time, and so I want to say I'll miss you, but I'm also
We'll leave together.
But yeah, thank you, and also I want to acknowledge Commissioner Ellis, who's really been pushing for. I mean, all of us have supported this project, but Commissioner Ellis in particular has been pushing for making sure that we have better standard and competitive pay for all the employees, not just the department heads or just the employees and the law enforcement side of things, but everybody, because all these jobs are important. So I know it's not perfect, but I'm proud, and it's really nice to hear that there are some wins here, and of course, as you all mentioned, a big thank you to the HR team and the folks that conducted the study, and to all the departments that went through this arduous process. So thank you so much, Ms. Burgess, and thank you all for the work you do. Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Burgess, for coming down. Thank you to your team for the work you do. And excited that, there's always been a conversation about how the public sector and the private sector shouldn't be necessarily compared. But the reality of it is your skills, your work, your dedication absolutely could be used in a private company somewhere and maybe make you a lot more money. But at the same time, it would hurt the residents that you tend to serve. And so I'm excited about this project. I do want to say to many employees who are we're still working through this. It is not perfect, but we're working through it. We're not finished yet. So please bear with the process as we get these classifications and everything worked out. I don't like hearing that folks are feeling concerned that they're going to be downgraded, they're going to lose money, and so I want to make sure that folks understand that we're still working through all this. So thank y'all.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Ramsey.
I want my colleagues to know that I didn't ask you to come, by the way. In fact, I was wondering why you had so many people standing up there behind you. But look, it was a difficult thing to do. And usually we hear about things that people are upset about. So it was nice to hear from your employees who were pleased with what they got. And as Commissioner Garcia said, obviously we still have work to do. But thank you. We're going to miss you. You have done a great job. We haven't always agreed on every issue. But I know it was tough for you to get out there and put your name on the ballot. And I just appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And your team.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Ms. Burgess, thank you for coming down. Thank you for bringing your folks. Sometimes we do things, we pass initiatives, we focus on issues. It's nice to hear from the folks that are out there actually on what I consider the front lines, making a difference every day, making county work. There's nothing more important than these courts and keeping them functioning on a basis. So thank you for at least giving us a glimpse into I think what I call the real workers out there making things happen day in and day out. Appreciate you.
Thank you for all the kind words. We understand it was a huge project, and we are grateful for everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's give a round of applause, you guys, to these clerks that keep our courts running. We have Justice of the Peace Wanda Adams here with us this morning as well.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And to all the commissioners and Commissioner Briones in her absence, I would like to say good morning, commissioners. There is a parable in the scriptures of a story of the 100 sheep, known as the parable of the lost sheep, and it is found in Luke and in Matthew. Jesus tells of a shepherd who leaves 99 sheep in the open country to search for one that is lost, rejoicing greatly upon finding it to illustrate God's love for every individual we come in contact with. So this is why I'm here today. My reason, first of all, is to say thank you. I would like to publicly say thank you to Commissioner Adrian Garcia. But when I made the call, I didn't call him commissioner. I said, Adrian, I need your help. I need to go back when we first met before we both became elected officials. I need that anti-gang, Adrian, because I need assistance.
Go ahead.
I would like to thank Lupe Washington for the help that they provided, along with Constable Alan Rosen and Kathy Griffin for coming to the rescue of a family during my juvenile court. I cannot imagine being undocumented and families dealing with issues of not feeling safe or even being sex trafficked. Finding out that this family, the mother and the daughter, was sex trafficked into this country, but feeling unsafe. But even though the daughter was facing issues and had to come to juvenile court, there was issues far beyond what we can imagine. But I'm here to give my gratitude to Commissioner Adrian Garcia, to Lupe Washington, to the HEART team, to the Houston Area Women's Center for responding so quickly right after my juvenile docket. What happened was a teenager was trafficked into the city, but was dealing with other issues that we didn't know. But calling on this team, they answered the call. They showed up at the courtroom to make sure whatever services that was provided to this family could get help. So with my thank you, I looked at the young lady and I said, what are your dreams? She looked at me and she said, Miss, I just want to live to see 17. When she said that, tears began to fall. I want to just say thank you all for just coming to the aid of this mom when I saw the fear on her face and she had to inform us that she was once a sex trafficking victim and now her daughter. So Adrian, thank you for getting off the plane, for calling me back right away and asking me what I needed. This wasn't about me. I said I wasn't gonna cry. This is about that little girl who said she wanted to end her life and she didn't see no way out. But because of the HEART team and because of Houston Area Women's Center and because of Kathy Griffin, Constable Rosen, they're still working with this family today. So I say thank you. It meant a lot to me to go after this lost sheep. Because God says, do you stay with the 100 or do you go with the 99? Or do you go with the 1? And we went through 1. And in my closing, I want to thank my constable, Smokey Phillips, for going after a grant for over $500,000 to abate this human trafficking in this city. Constable Rosen. And I want to thank the commissioners. When I first got elected, you said yes. You came to my aid as a new JP. Now we have a new courtroom because of your aid. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Whenever you're riding a bike, you always stop by to check to see what we're doing. Even though I'm in front of a bench, you still are standing proud in your biker shorts. So thank you. Commissioner Briones, she's not here. Thank you for making the phone calls and seeing what we need in our courtroom because of the acts. Judge Hidalgo, thank you for stopping by the courtroom and visiting my staff and finding out more about the programs that we have in our court. Commissioner Ramsey, I never really sat with you, but you took the opportunity to do a Zoom call with me and saying, what can I do to help you as a new JP in Harris County? And because of you all support and vote, we're able to now to bring into the county a brand new courtroom on the inside to be able to provide valuable resources. And I continue to have everlasting friendships for over 27 years that I've been serving in this community and 18 as an elected. So I stand here today, sorry for the tears, but I stand here proud to be a part of Harris County and to publicly come and say thank you all so much.
Judge, thank you for coming down, but really just thank you for staying grounded. And it's just as you were going through your comments, thinking about your days over at Solid Waste and in mine in the anti-gang office. And now as an elected official who's got a ton of things going on, many cases, but I think you today help a lot of people understand that you, like other judges, whether JPs or those on other benches, actually listen and actually care. It's not just a widget that you're moving through a process or a system, but that you're recognizing that you've got, flesh and blood sitting right in front of you. And to think through the concern of what you were hearing, the threats that this young lady was getting, and understanding how real those threats are. And a lot of folks, you've just given true light to a reality that a lot of people don't understand, that this is happening every damn day. Mm-hmm. It's happening right now. And but you have absolutely touched, changed, and in all likelihood, you saved a life. And for that one sheep that you've saved, you have saved many. And so I really appreciate you making the call and sharing your kind words. But the real work, the real thanks does go to HEART, to Lupe and her team. I want to thank Director Barton because that's where I made the first call. And then, they just jumped on it. And for everybody else who came to the rescue of this young lady, and hopefully, it is a process and a response that will sustain this young lady through all those challenges that she's facing. But it would not have happened if not for your heart. So God love you, God bless you, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Judge, trustee, council member, Wanda, thank you for coming. You do a great job. You know, we face some significant budget challenges this year as we did last year. And HART was one of a group of innovative programs that this Commissioner's Court put forward. It'll be a challenge to keep it going. You know, I hope there's support among my colleagues to keep it going. But stories like yours, and if you tell them out in the community, it means a lot. And the support of law enforcement has meant a lot. But, you know, there were pilot programs, and we're going to certainly push to expand them. But this is an example, the kind of testimony that helps make that case. So thank you, and go out and spread it. But thank you for the great work that you're doing. I like that new courtroom, by the way. All right.
Commissioner Ramsey.
I'm gonna have a video of your sharing today. That's how we should do it. You start with a little parable. You tell a good story. Being from East Texas, I like it when they tell a good story. You answered the phone. So often we have a lot of resources in the county, but the first step is to answer that phone or to see that need and then make 10 phone calls, but you're going to address the problem. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being that person that sees a need and addresses a need and uses the resources we have in the county to make that happen. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I texted Director Barton to make sure that it was indeed Lupe Washington in charge of the program. So Director is somewhere, and she said, can we help you with anything? Nope, you already did. So anyway, so I want to acknowledge the Director and Ms. Washington and the whole team. And yeah, thank you. You were the one that advocated for this family.
Thank you all so much. And with the pay parity, I do want to say thank you. My staff said, please tell them thank you, because I have staff members who did not have reliable transportation. They didn't have cars. They was getting to work the best way that they can. Now they're able to purchase, well, they have already, purchase vehicles, and so excited and happy. And my staff are just so overjoyed. But I did not want this moment to go by to say thank you so much for considering the staff, because when I first got here, one of the staff members was making $15 an hour, and that was 4.5 years ago. And now they're moved up to the minimum, and they're just rejoicing like crazy. So it wouldn't have been done without you, and I didn't want to leave this dais without telling you thank you so much for your hard work on passing that project. And again, may God bless you all, and you continue to do the God work. That's what God chose you to do. Thank you all so much. Make it a great day.
Thank you. Am I missing any other elected officials in the room? All right, let's continue with the speakers in the order in which they signed up.
Barbara Denson on item 2. Mike Lee on item 177. Anna Hernandez on item 343. You each have 1 minute.
Hi, Barbara Denson. I live in Precinct 4. I actually had 4 items on my list. First item, 314, $3.5 million on PR. That's a staggering amount of money to dump into public relations, essentially a bonfire of taxpayer dollars. The county should focus on its statutory responsibilities first and then decide what to do with any surplus. Let's have parks that don't look abandoned, roads that aren't obstacle courses, jails that are actually safe, and flood control that keeps people's homes above water and captures every possible federal dollar. Instead, we get things like item 370, burning time and money, pretending you can change the climate. How embarrassing. When you're doing the work, people notice. When you're not, you hire PR to pretend you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak here this morning. My name is Mike Lee. I'm retired Chief Deputy of the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Prior to that, a 27-year veteran of the Houston Police Department and retired captain, and currently I'm in the role of Director of Research and Development at the Sheriff's Office. I'm here to speak today in support of item number 177. This journey for a public safety bond began in 2021. From the 24 public information sessions that our agency participated in, to the project selection process, And over the past 2.5 years of the design and development phase, this court, the budget office, and engineering have been great partners. Most of all, we are grateful to the citizens who provided their support at the ballot box. None of this would have been possible without their desire for a strong public safety system in Harris County. In closing, to the men and women of the Harris County Sheriff's Office who go out there 24/7, 365, and give it their all, and unfortunately sometimes their lives, to protect and serve the citizens of this county, congratulations on these well-deserved facilities that will continue to make the Harris County Sheriff's Office the pride of Texas. I respectfully ask for all of your support on this item. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, just want to say thank you for coming down. You ought to scratch that word retired out of your comments because you're still working, man, and you're still doing a lot of good work for the men and women of the Sheriff's Office and the county in general. Thank you for your work, and I just want to also acknowledge you for your long-time work. I was just thinking as you were speaking that it's kind of a void not seeing Frank standing next to you. Frank Webb is a classmate of mine from my police academy days, and you two guys were tremendous pioneers in the effort to get law enforcement to take a major turn in dealing with mental health issues out in the field. So thank you for all you've done. Thank you for what you're doing. And thank you for your advocacy on this item. I think you're going to find full support of this, and I'm really excited about how we're putting this public safety resources to work to make our men and women in uniform much more contemporary to the challenges that we face, whether it's swiftwater rescue, whether it is making sure that they have a good driving course to train on, and more. So thank you for all you do. Appreciate you, man. But don't say retired because you're working your ass off.
It's my pleasure.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Ellis.
Chief, thank you for coming down today. The projects you're referring to, and we're going to talk about later, that is a great step forward in terms of support of law enforcement, making it, preparing them for what they have to encounter out there. So thank you again, Chief, for what you do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Chief, I just want to thank you for your support of the HEART program in particular and a number of other innovative programs. The sheriff as well, but obviously you've been the day-to-day point person, so just thank you for your work on that.
Thank you.
All right.
Chief, I echo everything. Thank you so much for all your work over the years and now. Thank you.
Judge.
All right, let's go ahead, Tiffany.
Anna Hernandez on item 343, Zachary Ho on item 391, Elizabeth Gregory, item 391, and Caleb Karowski, item 391. You each have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Anna Hernandez on behalf of the Houston Food Bank. I've come down to ask the Commissioners Court to sign the agreement with the partnership with the Houston Food Bank, Kids Cafe, where we provide healthy, nutritious meals provided there at the Houston Food Bank free of charge throughout our county. So we're just asking that we continue that partnership so that we continue to bridge that gap of meals needed in our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Zachary Huff. I'm a researcher at the University of Houston Institute for Research on Women, Gender, and Sexuality. Here today I'm talking about the rapid survey of family and child well-being in Harris County, which had 2 phases. In phase 1, which was led by the IRWGS in Stanford, we had 1,221 online respondents and explored issues such as childcare, maternal health, mental health, and finances. The second phase, which focused on immigrants and refugees, this phase involved surveys of 373 parents, 40 of whom were also interviewed. Phase 2 took that focus because we found that 41% of children under the age of 6 in the county had at least one immigrant parent, and their needs we found in phase 1 were differed from the wider population. Our 5 rapid reports offer a window into the many issues faced by young children today, by parents of young children, Issues raised consistently included lack of childcare, increasing financial stress, increasing mental health issues, and among immigrants, limited English language skills. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you for coming down. And your work these days, with all that's being said, immensely important. Keep it up. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis, did you have your, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Gregory, following on Zach from the UHIRWGSF, and I wanted to follow up with, frame these issues more broadly. Workforce investment gaps we found undermine the county economy. The Texas child care gap costs $16 billion a year in lost earnings and productivity. Overall, mothers of young kids in Texas work 15 to 18% less than those in states that invest in child care. Foreign-born moms are 19 percentage points more likely to not work in Harris County than native, often for lack of grandmas nearby. Affordable childcare would allow those who want to join the workforce, aiding employers, families, and the tax base. Lack of care is a factor in Harris County's 29% fertility decline since 2007, higher than that of Texas and the U.S. Uninsured workers' unmanaged illness leads to absenteeism. 70% of our immigrant respondents were not English fluent. Childcare, healthcare, and ESL gaps aren't just family hardships. They limit economic growth. Investing in them would boost workforce, family well-being, community, and the economy.
Thank you so much. And I learned another statistic recently that actually that childcare is more expensive than public university here in Texas. So I'll remind my colleagues who refuse to put childcare on the ballot for the voters to vote for or against it. We'll come back to try to push for that, at least give people a chance to decide.
It would be transformative for not just parents, but the
Yeah, and it is transformative now. You know, we're tens of thousands of families, but they're going to lose the childcare at the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Go ahead.
My name is Caleb Krowski, and I'm speaking on behalf of My Connect Community. We are a nonprofit serving immigrant and refugee families in the Gulfton and Sharpstown neighborhoods of Houston. I'm here to speak on the immense benefits of surveys like the Rapid Report for the work nonprofits like ours do in the community. These reports both inform the work we do with data and also in many ways reflect what we already see and hear from our community. They help us apply for funding using data-driven evidence, which has a direct and positive material impact on immigrant families. I want to give a quick example from our community on how these findings on language, childcare, and structural barriers intersect. We have adults who are incredibly invested in learning English in our community because they understand deeply how important it is for their future success. However, mothers are often unable to attend English classes because they do not have childcare that they can afford or can trust, so they opt out. Fathers and mothers understandably prioritize the need to feed their families over investing precious time and money in English classes, so they take lower paying jobs for short-run gain and are not able to invest in their futures. We are working to address these intersecting problems in our community, and reports like the Rapid Report are essential to understanding the community's needs and securing funding to address them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of the Rupani Foundation, a community partner in the Rapid Harris County research on immigrant and refugees families. We work closely with these families every day, and the findings reflect what we see on the ground. Many foreign-born mothers want to work but face major structured barriers, like limited English access, lack of affordable childcare, and financial hardship. At the Rupani Foundation, we help address those challenges through free early childhood training, ESL classes, career development, and mental health support. For many mothers, these programs are more than a service. They are a trusted space to connect, learn, and find other resources. We support these findings and the importance of investing in accessible childcare and community-based programs that help families move toward stability and strengthen our workforce across Harris County. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your work.
Can you please state your name for the record, ma'am? Your name?
Layla Zaid.
Thank you.
Next is non-agenda speaker Lydia Nunes speaking virtually. You have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Lydia, and I'm a disability rights activist with ADAPT. I have some points to make about the HISD plan. Centralizing disabled children constitutes social removal and segregation. Disabled people have historically and continue to be a socially stigmatized group. Segregated, we will never be equal. The ramifications of this have lasting consequences. I understand this firsthand. I attended segregated schools as a child. We did not receive an education comparable to our non-disabled peers. Segregation affects learning outcomes. It harms our social and psychological development as we lack the same opportunities to develop these skills. For 50 plus years, disabled people have struggled for inclusion in our communities for the same opportunities as others. This starts with equitable access to education as outlined in the ADA and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Next is non-agenda speaker Shelby Jacobs, Joseph Benson, Jackie Anderson. You each have 1 minute.
Yes, hi, my name is Shelby Jacobs. I'm here to talk about something that's been going on since 2018. It's a bit of a biblical principle through witchcraft. Someone's been following us from year to year, stalking us, wanting to do things to us, and even causing me mental health disorders, getting called schizophrenic and everything. I've called the police about the situation and nothing's being done because they call it a supernatural phenomenon. I come to Commissioner's Court today to bring this to attention because it did affect my mental health going into different facilities where I've been asked several questions of my mental state of mind. As you can see, my mental state of mind is of great health, but because of the situation, it is on my record.
Thank you, sir. I'll have my staff visit with you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Joseph Benson. I am a community health worker with Healthcare for the Homeless Houston. I'm here today to say thank you to Judge Hidalgo for giving us a proclamation in December when we had Homeless Memorial Day and allowing Isaac to come out and present that to us. Thank you. And as always, I always thank Commissioner Ellis for all the support he has given us with Homeless Success Day the past 11 years and allowing Patrick to come out and present to people that was on our program with the beautiful certificates that your people have always made for us. Secondly, we have our annual impact report so y'all can see the impact that we've had on the homeless community here in the city of Houston. And once again, to save the date, June the 25th is Homeless Success Day. That's when we have individuals not only from Healthcare for the Homeless, but from other agencies come and talk about how those agencies have helped them to become successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll take a look at the report and hope to join you in June.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Jackie Anderson, President of the Houston Federation of Teachers. I just want to share this one thing to preface what I'm about to say. How bad is HISD special ed changes? Even the Trump administration is sounding the alarm. HISD's reported plan to move some special education students to centralized campuses is a bad idea for several major reasons, especially around inclusion, stability, transparency, and legality. HISD admits to making changes, but refuses to answer questions about them. Commissioners, this issue matters because even if Harris County does not directly control Houston Independent School District, you still hold one of the most powerful tools in local government, the public platform to demand accountability. The concern many families have is simple.
Go ahead, President Anderson.
Thank you. Students with disabilities should not be pushed further away from their neighborhood schools without transparency, parent partnership, and the clear demonstration that the move truly benefits the child rather than administrative convenience. For many special education students, consistency is critical, relationships matter, routines matter, and inclusion with peers matters. Parents are worried that centralized placements could mean longer bus rides, separation from siblings and neighborhood communities, disruption of entrusted teacher relationships, and reduced inclusion opportunities. This is especially sensitive because HISD already has demonstrated history of special education compliance failures that drew state scrutiny. Families are asking why such a major restructuring appears to be moving faster than community engagement. County government may not control HISD policy, but county government leaders absolutely can elevate parents' voices, convene public discussions, request transparency, encourage disability rights review, and insist that decisions involving vulnerable children happen publicly and collaboratively. Your pulpit matters because many parents feel they are not being heard inside the current governance structure of HISD. This is not about opposing innovation or specialized support services. Specialized programs work when they are adequately staffed, voluntary when appropriate, and carefully designed and built around student need. The concern is whether this proposal risks moving backwards from inclusion towards separation without sufficient evidence, planning, or public trust. At a minimum, parents deserve full public disclosure of the plan, clear placement criteria, independent legal and educational review, parent input before implementation, transportation impact analysis, and guarantees that students' rights under IDEA and least restrictive environment protections will be upheld. When government decisions affect medically fragile children, students with autism, or students requiring behavioral and communication supports, the public deserves transparency before disruption, not after. And thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to share with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Anderson, and your remarks are, we've heard them. We can't engage in a substantive conversation since there's not an item on the agenda for this. But I know my staff has chatted with you.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Judge, I just want to thank you, Jackie, for coming as well. I'll give you a call. We got about 494 items to get to today, so I won't belabor it now, but I'll give you a call over the
Thank you
next
so
couple
much,
days.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Next is non-agenda speakers Jacob Clementich, Regina Sophis, Jessica Campos, Bishop Dixon. You each have 1 minute.
I know him. This occurred May 5th, 2026.
Do you want to try to set it up while we take another speaker and then you can come back?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Tiffany, who was after Mr. Clementich?
Regina Sophis, Jessica Campos, and Bishop Dixon.
Okay, they're making their way.
Okay, hello, my name is Regina Sophos. Thanks for having me. I'm just here to speak on my rights. I have no lawsuit. I filed with Shepherd, Precinct 1, Mr. Rodney DeYoung. Mr. Rodney Ellis, sorry. Okay, and I filed a writ. I filed an abstract. And I'm trying to see why my case is prolonging. It's been prolonging for a while. I have no unemployment. I've appealed everything. I have no response to that. and my rights of a 55 plus. I'm not a part of the program as to where you pay 500 and Harris County pay 1,000. I have none of that. I've tried to contact the field officer of Southwest. There's no response. And also the officers at Mark Herman, they afraid to write a police report for this particular property.
So
Thank you, ma'am.
my staff has tried to reach you a couple of times, so you might answer a number that you don't recognize, and they'll try to call you. Okay?
Okay,
Thank you. It's in the judicial system, not us, but somebody will call you.
Judicial from Austin.
No, maybe locally, I'm not sure, but it's not us, but we'll call you.
Okay,
So
thank you.
answer that number you may not recognize.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
All right.
You all.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Jessica Campos. I'm a parent in HISD. I'm also a community advocate for Educación Sin Filtros. I'm also founder of Houston's Young Monarchs. I am here because families across Houston are in crisis over what's happening in special education. Parents are receiving letters and phone calls telling them that their children are being moved from their schools, away from their families, their familiar teachers, staff, and friends. Yet many were never included in any decision or discussion beforehand. No explanation, no preparation, and no choice. For children with disabilities, routines is safety. Stability is safety. These sudden changes can cause anxiety, emotional distress, behavioral regression, and major academic setbacks for children who depend on consistency to function and to feel secure. The families most affected are overwhelmingly working-class, Spanish-speaking immigrant families and parents of children with higher support needs. Some parents do not know what an IEP is. Some parents do not know what an ARD meeting is.
Can you wrap up very briefly? We've cut out all
Sure.
speakers at
Some of-
time.
Okay. Well, really, Governor Abbott has said that parents have the choice. This doesn't feel like a choice. Parents don't know what to do. These are people that don't know how to read, people that don't know how to use email. We need help. We need your support. We need transparency. We need for you to use your leadership to create awareness about what's happening in the district right now with
Thank
special
you.
ed.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me figure it out. I'm too old to be computer literate. But it took place on May the 5th, which is Cinco de Mayo. So Feliz Cinco de Mayo, Judge Elena and Commissioner Adrian, and whoever that Leslie is. It's a recording.
Jacob Clementich.
Greetings, everybody. It's very important that we vote because it's District C and it's the replacement for Abbott Kimmon. Now we have two choices, either Nick Helyar, endorsed by Sally Acorn, or Joe Pandrello, who is endorsed by the Chronicle. At any rate, the Chronicle published a letter that I wrote to them about what
Thank you. Your time's up.
Time to go. I gotta go.
Thank you.
Oh, I did your time. Cinco de Mayo. That's a Nike sandwich without mayonnaise.
Thank you, Jacob.
Mayo.
Bishop.
Judge, good to see you, and to the Commissioner's Court, good to be here again today, and honored to be here to speak on behalf of the item referenced by President Jackie Anderson with HFT. And I'll be 40 seconds to simply say that I support everything that she articulated with regards to the need for all of us to use our public platforms to advocate on behalf of special needs students and their parents in HISD. The NACP stands completely in solidarity with HFT on this item. The fact that a law is about to be broken when we read the IDEA Act, understanding what that means is very, very important. And of course, we don't want to go backwards to segregated schools when we've moved forward from segregated schools, and integrating special needs students into general student population, of course, helps their self-esteem, their self-perspective. And listen, I just think it's very important that we do all we can to advocate on their behalf.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Bishop, thank you for coming down. Thank you for our years of partnership on trying to make a difference in kids' lives.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you coming down here trying to do the same thing. Appreciate you.
Still at it.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ellis.
Bishop, thank you so much for coming down. And, there's, I obviously been hearing folks trying to find a way to get this administration to better hear the community. And everybody's trying. My question to you is that, do you think that there is still, or what more could we be doing to get some acknowledgement of these concerns?
Commissioner, great question. I think we would have to do some things untraditionally. Perhaps we need to conduct a forum in the community with elected officials and leaders, faith leaders, to have a really publicize our collective concern and to appeal to the administration to consider hearing us just at a deeper level. I think that would possibly have a different level of effect. And I'm a person of faith and hope to believe that something else that we have not tried may work.
Look forward to working with you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Ellis.
Just want to thank the bishop for his work. I talk to him every day. I don't make it to church every Sunday, but I do get in there enough. But
Bishop, pray.
But I know you headed to Montgomery this weekend. There's just so many issues out there, and Jackie knows that as well. So many that are going on right now. But you're always out there. Sometimes it's lonely on whatever issue comes up. Sometimes they say if you want to get something done, get somebody who's busy. So you certainly are busy. So just thank you for your great work.
Thank you, all of us. I think all of us are partners in the collaboration of bettering the human experiment and understanding that progress for one should be progress for all. And if we can keep that vision going and keep hope alive, as Reverend Jesse would tell us, because as long as we work together, better is possible. Thank you all so very, very much.
Thank you, Bishop.
I'm going
And I'll
to tell
circle
Jackie
back around.
that Saturday morning session that Reverend Jackson used to talk to you about.
Yes,
Y'all
sir.
do it once a month. Let her convene it.
Yeah. Thank you.
As I point out, we can't go to everything, but Jackie's good. I see her everywhere.
She's a powerhouse.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Take care, Bishop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Rico Sanchez on item 488. The non-agenda speakers Christopher Rivera, Tyler Senegal, Alexi Swirsky. You each have 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge. My name is Rico Sanchez with SMART International. This morning, we're asking Harris County to review and improve DEO wage compliance policies as soon as possible to better understand why these wage compliance issues are taking place so they can be resolved with Harris Health and workers can be paid what they are owed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Senecal. I'm here on behalf of the initiative to bring streetlights to my community off of the Beltway 8 in Scott and Precinct 1. My uncle Tahir Charles started this initiative for the streetlights in February 2023. I want to express how important this concern is for the safety and well-being of everyone who lives here. The lack of proper lighting at the night creates a serious visibility issue that makes it difficult to see and drive safely or even walk or identify hazards in the road. In addition to this, I personally have it's called keratoconus. It impedes my vision. So it is a personal effect for myself and as well as people in the community. This has been ongoing since 2023. Despite the length of time, the concern has still existed. The lack of improvement has still not improved. This is not only inconvenient, but also a real safety concern for residents, visitors, pedestrians, and the emergency responders.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. My staff's happy to visit with you if you'd like to later on. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. We see you.
Two inmates in Harris County custody died recently, including one housed in Louisiana. I'm relieved that the jail finally met state standards this year, but we still need more capacity here locally. When people are sent to jails in Mississippi and Louisiana, their access to family and legal support drops sharply, decreasing their rehabilitation potential, which ultimately decreases public safety in Harris County. At the same time, many of our roads and streetlights remain in poor condition. Potholes, dark intersections, and long delayed repairs create daily hazards for residents. These aren't cosmetic issues, they're basic safety concerns that deserve consistent attention. Each precinct, including the one I live in, Precinct 3, should receive its fair share of the funds. If the county wants to strengthen public safety, the path is straightforward. Safe, adequately resourced jails, and infrastructure that protects the people who rely on it every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners and judge. My name is Christopher Rivera. I work with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I'm here today to talk about flock safety cameras. I know today would have been the initial vote to renew these contracts, and I'm really grateful for it being pushed to June 11th because I think it gives us enough time to really analyze the effectiveness of flock as well as the problematic issues connected to it. I think it'd be really important for commissioners to look into the racial implications of having flock systems. Oftentimes, these devices are put into low-income Black and Brown communities, affecting over surveillance in those areas. I think it's also important for us to look into civil rights implications in regards to how these devices blur our Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable search and seizure. Allowing law enforcement to have such access into our daily lives really does blur that, especially when officers can search individuals who are not under investigation for a crime. So I really do hope that everyone takes the time to look into this and vote no and do not renew this contract when it comes up to vote. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Non-agenda speakers Murray Patman and Richard Hyde. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Murray Patman, and I'm a Harris County resident and a parent of a child with a disability who is being harmed by the state takeover of Houston ISD. My husband and I built our lives in Houston, one in medicine, one in the arts, and my son, who was born with a disability, has thrived here. But the instability inside HISD is now pushing families like mine out of the district and in some cases out of the city. And when families leave, Houston loses people who make our community stronger. The children most affected are our most vulnerable, students with disabilities who depend on stable, inclusive schools. Parents have raised concerns for years, but we cannot fix this alone. The superintendent's consolidation of special education programs without transparency or community input has already triggered a federal civil rights investigation. I know this court does not govern HISD, but you do have influence, relationships, and the ability to elevate what is happening. I'm asking you to help shine a light on the harm being done and support restoring an elected school board accountable to Houston families.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here to speak on the Bear Creek Village Drainage Project, which is totally in the 500-year floodplain, and additionally, it's in the floodway of Langham Creek. So it's all deep water stuff. Our part of the neighborhood is not in the danger of flooding area. We're high there. We flood last, if anything. We already have a 25-foot wide, 30-foot wide swale, 2.5, 3 feet deep, that drains our neighborhood through UD6 and into the reservoir, and it works beautifully. I had the gates put in there, security gates, so the water could go through. Now, I had arranged with commissioners, 4, to go upstairs, and the engineers said, okay, we'll send the EOR out, but they sent their other person from the engineering department out, who immediately told the EOR not to recommend.
Thank you. Your time is up. Could you please state your name for the record?
Richard Hyde.
Which item is it on the agenda?
It's not.
Okay, we'll visit with you. Right, you're non agenda. Forgive me. I'll have my staff visit with you. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all for speakers, Judge.
Okay, thank you. So, just a second. Okay. All right. So just some housekeeping points here. So it's a particularly important court, I think, in terms of public interest. So we're trying to balance here in terms of what we do first and last. Just a note, Commissioner Briones obviously is not here, will not be here today, and Commissioner Ellis has to leave the courtroom. Is it by 4 or 4:30, Commissioner?
About 4 o'clock.
By 4 o'clock.
I got graduation to go to, so I'm gonna have to get out of here.
Yes, a big one. And then, so Commissioner Ramsey has requested that we start with the flood control executive session. We might as well take the other executive session items. I'm tempted to go through the consent agenda, especially so we can figure out what all needs to go to executive session. Is that okay, Commissioner? Just to read through it? Okay. So any changes here on item 7? OMB requests no action on that item. 144, no action required on that legislative item. Then 150, we have a correction. Replace reallocation with relocation. So it should say Baytown, Texas 77521 for the temporary relocation of lead abatement clients. Item 165, Constable 1 regarding 21 positions, OMB requests no action. 328, Precinct 1 requests no action. 392, no action. 420, replacing Commissioner's Precinct 4 with Commissioner of Precinct 4 and Precinct 1. 437, replace, quote, to implement the End Homelessness Program with, quote, for the reimbursement of law enforcement overtime to help end homelessness, enhance public safety, and improve public spaces. Item 456, purchasing requests, no action. Item 460, correction, replace MWBE contracted goal 33.73% with justification for 0% MWBE participation goal, exempt interlocal/cooperative agreement. 463, no action from purchasing. 465, no action. And so we will move to the agenda. Do we need to go to executive session on item 416, an appointment to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council?
I don't think so.
No.
All right, what about 417, another appointment?
No.
No.
All right, 422. This is a real property. We do need to go to executive session on that. 429 on this RTC site. Do we need to go to executive session on that one also?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then,
Judge, they're the same item.
all right, okay. So that's what I thought. I was like, what other sale? But okay. Then, excuse me? Okay.
We have to consent. Do it now. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch you guys. I'm going through the
Corrections.
the agenda. Is that okay?
That's good.
Okay. And then let's go, there's 490, which we do want to discuss. And then there's or is that the one where we have to, okay, so items 490 and 491 have been tagged by Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Briones. Under the adopted court rules, no action may be taken on these items at this meeting, but they may be discussed if included in the discussion list or the executive session list. These items will automatically be placed for consideration at the next regularly called meeting.
I make a motion, we move forward with taking those items and change the decorum on this one.
Okay, I make a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 3-1. So we will discuss 490 and 491 as well. We need to discuss item 2, correct?
Yes,
Item 3
yes,
as well on the budget, and also item 6.
yes.
Item 400 goes with 2 and 6. They're related to FY27 budget. And then we have item 12 flagged by precincts 2 and 3.
Yes,
Item 13, precinct 3, LED lighting
Yes.
retrofit. 47, precinct 2.
Judge, could we add 15 as well?
Yes, just a moment.
It's 13 and
13 and 15, yes. Okay, so 15 is on the county courts expansion project. Does that sound right?
That's it.
All right. And then we have 47, that is a roadway and drainage improvement in Baytown. Commissioner Garcia, I'm guessing you'd like to discuss that one. Okay, 48, we have another precinct 2 flagged item, a MUD. 143,
Yes,
okay, 177,
yes,
217,
yes,
218. So that one was flagged by precinct 3 as well. Harris Center, cost neutral, reallocation of program budget funds to the RISE program.
no, you can just keep it.
Okay, so we'll put that back in consent. Item 219, precinct 3, the YMCA.
Yes,
228, precinct 2, the tax assessor, homestead exemptions. Commissioner Garcia, would you like to still discuss item 228? It's the, okay. What about 252, Commissioner Ramsey?
yes,
257, Commissioner Ramsey?
yes,
And then 370, that is flagged by Commissioner Ellis, the Climate Action Plan.
just so I can get to my son's graduation. holiday.
Okay, so
There you
we'll
go.
put that back on the consent. Then we have 390. We are discussing that one. 394, universal services regarding JWeb, Commissioner Ramsey.
yes,
Then there's 400, which will go with 2 and 6. 440 is requested by precinct 3, clinician and remote officer, okay. 462, purchasing,
yes,
okay. 488, Commissioner Ellis, DEEO, it would go with 494.
Which one is that?
488 is status update from DEO regarding their initiatives and services.
I'm holding that one. Yes, I hold that one.
Okay, and then 94 is the quarterly update from Harris Health, and Harris Health requested that we take those two together. So I'm just gonna add that one, unless we don't need to discuss it. We'll just give Dr. Porsa a chance to.
Yeah, we should.
All right. And then we have, so, okay, is there anything that I'm missing here?
Nope, I moved the consent agenda. for that.
Okay, there's a couple items. So on item 4, a monthly update on accounts receivable, we need,
No action, Judge.
No action.
okay, item 5, strategic hiring policy. That one needs to say approved as presented.
Yes, thank you.
All right, and 443, recognition on compensation and pay parity initiatives. That one is approved as presented.
Yes.
So let me read the items list right now. We have executive session 422, 429, 490, and 491.
right,
Regular agenda, we have items 2, 3, 6, 12, 13, 15, 47, 48, 143, 177, 217, 219, 228, 252, 257, 390, 394, 400, 440, 462, 488, and 494. Did I miss anything? All right, in that case,
I move consent agenda.
all right, motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously on the consent agenda. So we will break now for executive session, and we will be discussing items 422, 429, 490, and 491 to consult with our attorneys. Is that good? All right, it is 10:28 a.m. All right, it's 12:17. Commissioners Court is back in session. We went to executive session on item 422. That item is no action. 429, also no action. 490, no action. 491, no action. Since we went to executive session to discuss flood control, why don't we go to the flood control items and hear the presentation from the director? Does that work for you guys? Okay, so it's Dr. Peterson. She's coming down. Okay, perfect. And then I believe we're gonna have the FIFA host committee, or I don't know exactly who's coming, but they said they'll be here around 12:40. So we might have to pause whatever we're discussing then to have them jump in. Trying to see what else is on here. Well, we could just go ahead and start with budget, and then we can take the flood control items after budget. Is that okay? Just to give the director a chance to get down here. All right, so let's pivot, and we'll pass it on to Daniel. And so this will be items 2, 6, and 400.
Judge, there were potentially two presentations with this item, so.
That's right.
Sure, did you?
Okay, sorry. Administrator, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just making sure you still want to do that order, but.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, so there's FY27 and then there's the Q2 presentation.
And the auditor, item 400 was going to be taken up, and they have a short presentation.
Okay.
Okay. Director, but I did want the auditor's presentation first.
You want there first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the auditor? Yes, sorry, Ms. Wilkes is coming down. The auditor has a presentation on the mid-year. This is their quarter 2. These are actuals, revenues, and expenditures. Thank you for bringing this information.
Perfect. Hi, go ahead.
Leslie Wilkes, First Assistant County Auditor. Hi. So the financial update provides an overview of the general fund revenues, expenditures, and activity through the second quarter, fiscal year 26, how these actual revenues compare to the estimates, and then the status and timeline for our federal and state grant awards. Revenue and expenditure information is based on the Auditor's Office monthly financial report for March 26 and is presented on a cash basis. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the first few slides will focus on revenue collections through mid-year. This first slide shows a 3-year trend of revenue collection by month, providing an overview of the county's typical general fund revenue cycle and where total revenue stood mid-year. For fiscal year 26, general fund revenues were estimated at $2.74 billion for the full fiscal year, with $2.41 billion collected through the end of the second quarter. And then as this trend line indicates, the timing of those collections remain consistent with the prior 2 fiscal years. And then the next slides will break down the components that make up those revenues. Ad valorem taxes make up 80% of the general fund revenues. And this slide compares the total tax collections through the end of the second quarter with the 2 prior years. Through March 31st, tax collections totaled $2.18 billion, representing a 4% increase compared to the same point in the prior fiscal year. Next slide. Next is a look at the other revenues and transfers in, which is the non-tax portion of the general fund revenues. And through mid-year, these revenues total just over $230 million, reflecting a 3% increase compared to the same point in the prior year. And I'm not going to go over each of these categories, but we'll point out that charges for services make up the largest portion at nearly $126 million. And this category includes items such as the patrol contracts, fees of office. Those are the larger ones that are in that category, and then other fees. And then also wanted to point out for miscellaneous that a large portion of that category is for reimbursements to the general fund from other departments, such as the Constable Patrol for Toll Road, reimbursements from Flood Control, and then from the Harris Health, among others. So those first 3 slides focus on actual revenue collections through mid-year. The next section will compare those actual revenues to our estimated revenues to show how they're trending compared to projections. And in our annual revenue estimate, the auditor's office includes revenues that are both recurring and can be estimated. And then all other items may be certified as received throughout the year, and a department's expenditure budget would be adjusted by OMB accordingly. Around 4.6 million has been certified through March 31st. So as mentioned, fiscal year 26 total general fund revenues were estimated at 2.74 billion for the full fiscal year, with 2.41 billion or 88% collected by the end of the second quarter. Okay, we're off by one slide. I'm sorry, if you can go back one. Okay, that shows the 88% of the full amount. Okay, now, next slide. And then the estimated ad valorem tax revenue of 2.23 billion for the full fiscal year, which accounted for the majority of the total revenue estimate, achieved 98% of projections, reaching 2.18 billion by the end of the second quarter. Next slide. Collections from all other revenue sources are progressing a little more slowly, reaching a collective 45% of the annual estimated amounts at mid-year. And some of these categories can be seasonal in nature. And when compared to prior years, it's worth noting that the total collections through the second quarter have typically ranged between 42 to 43% of the annual estimates. So overall, with the tax revenues performing near expectations and contributing to the majority of the 4% year-over-year growth, continued monitoring of the non-tax revenue streams will be important for early identification of any potential risk to reaching the full year projections. Next slide. Next, we'll look at the expenditure section and review year-to-date spending trends through the end of the second quarter. And this slide shows a 3-year trend of the general fund expenditures, which tend to follow a steady pattern throughout the fiscal year. And of the 2.8 billion operating budget allocated to the departments for fiscal year 26, 1.37 billion, or 48% of that, was expended by the end of the second quarter. Next slide. Salaries and benefits, which make up the majority of the general fund expenditures, totaled 970 million through the end of the second quarter, and this reflects a 12% increase over the same time in the prior year. And that accounts for the majority of the overall expenditure increase. Next slide. All other major expenditure categories collectively decreased by 2.6 million, or less than 1% compared to the prior year. Notably, the increase in services and other expenditures were fully offset by reductions in capital outlay and transfers out. And then the largest category, which is the services and other, that includes items such as jail outsourcing, the Harris Center for Mental Health and IDD budget allocation, temporary personnel, and repairs and maintenance. So when looking at the departments in the aggregate, general fund expenditures are progressing in line with budgeted expectations at mid-year. Increases over the same point in the prior year have primarily been driven by personnel costs, and this is both salaries and benefits, while the other categories have remained somewhat flat or slightly reduced. Next slide. Next, we'll look at the trend in the county's federal and grant state funding budgets and time for expending those funds. This slide shows the adjusted budgets for the federal and state grants during fiscal years 23 through the second quarter of fiscal year 26. And again, this is the budget. It's not the amounts expended per year, but the amount of budget availability that occurred during those years. And the availability of grant funding has declined significantly in recent years, decreasing from 3.48 billion to 2.78 billion as of March 31st, 26, a reduction of approximately 20%. This is largely due to the winding down of the COVID and Harvey-related disaster grants. And this decline has had a pronounced impact across several of the key program areas, including administration of justice, health and human services, which includes our public health and community development, housing and community development, and then other critical services. So overall, the reduction in the external funding presents ongoing budgetary pressures, particularly in those departments that have historically relied on grant support. Next slide. So Lastly, this slide shows that the timeline for expending the remaining federal and state grant funds award balances. It's noted in the previous slide, the adjusted grant budget balance at mid-year totaled $2.78 billion. And through March 31st, $292 million had been expended, an additional $477 million encumbered, leaving a balance of just over $2 billion. While the timeline indicates that a significant scale-up is necessary for expending the grants that will expire in fiscal year '28, 95% of which relates to flood control funding, this could potentially push out if those to a later period if those grants are extended. And then additional details on the grant categories and expenditure deadlines are included in the appendix. And then also included in the appendix is a summarized budget to actual information for the revenues and expenditures on the county's remaining funds. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you for your presentation. So I'm looking at the report, the updates you gave us on the cut in federal and state grants. So I just want to make sure my reading is correct. So I'm showing that they are down by 20% from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2026.
Correct.
With some functions experiencing drops as high as 71%.
Yes, if you look at those that were heavily funded by the COVID grants and disaster grants, yes, that's correct.
I just think it's important for us to highlight that as we explain to the public what's going on. The hardest hit grant areas are Administration of Justice down 58%, Health and Human Services down 71%, signaling significant strain on critical service programs.
Correct.
And what has been the biggest driver in terms of our increase in spending here from our general fund revenue? Has it been law enforcement?
The biggest driver for the increase?
Yeah, from last
I
year to
didn't
this
break
year.
it down by department, but definitely the salaries and benefits are showing a 12% increase over prior year.
And they're important, but I just,
A motion to continue this discussion until it's over. A motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
but that's probably been the biggest driver in terms of salaries for that.
Yeah, I'd have to defer to the budget office on that because I'm looking at it in the aggregate, but to break it down departmentally.
It's that the 2,500 for folks making under 75, the living wage, and then healthcare is significantly up from what the original budget is.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
And this does include the wind down of BARPA. You've got that covered in
does.
here as well.
Yes.
So we, just noting, comparing year to year, the projected deficit in Q2 of this year is less than last year. And obviously the current level of spending of this year compared to last year is down as well. So those are two good indicators, at least in terms of where we are now. We do know that we've got to get those covered between now and then, but I guess, figured it out last year. We'll figure it out this year.
So quickly.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
So what was that deficit last year, Daniel?
Originally, it was 270 million, and then things kind of broke our way along the as the process went through to somewhere around 200 million was what we were working backwards from. But the original was 270 this year, and we'll go over this in a second. But it's 129 million.
Okay.
Okay.
On the other presentation.
So thank you for the information and greetings to Auditor Post. Just a couple of bar graphs that were striking to me, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding them properly. Is there's the expense, there's the revenue graph. I guess you would say it's in on page 4. And then, so that I don't see very much change. Is it possible to pull it up, folks, whoever's on the
Are you on slide 4 with the ad valorem?
slide 4? Yeah. Whoever's on the computer. Thank you. So those are, I'm not seeing a big difference from year to year in terms of the increase in the number. And, I'm saying relatively speaking, because then you go to page 10. And so just remember those kind of small gaps. And we go to page 10, and that's like, those are the expenditures, and these are really big changes.
Right.
And then we go to the to page 12, and there we see the decrease in the grants. And so I know that the expenses are not all, you know what, let me not say this. Is it fair to put those different graphs against each other like I'm doing, or are we talking apples and oranges?
Right. I think I see what you're saying. When you're looking at them individually, they're aligning with expectations, right? So that would tell us that in the near term, what we're looking at is manageable. But whenever you do have the situation to where your increase and your expenditures outpace the increase in revenue. So you pointed out the 4% increase on the revenue side, the 12% increase on the, it was the salaries and benefits side. Then, yeah, I mean, it would be a concern for future years if that trend continues.
Okay. And then, so as the auditor's office, your job is to know exactly what's in which bucket, basically.
Right. We report on what's in each bucket, yes. And I do want to point out, when we talk about revenues, as I mentioned, we're talking about reoccurring revenues that can be estimated. So anything that's one time, whenever we do our revenue estimate at the beginning of the year, it's just the reoccurring revenues. So those
Right.
one-time items come in, they get certified, they would be added.
Right. No, that's very logical.
That's why the baselines are slightly different and we reconcile with each other when the budget's adopted. But things like the building sale we just discussed was not in the FEAR, which is their baseline. Things like settlements that we can reasonably expect to get paid because they've already gone through the court system and we expect to see a check. Things like that are not included in their estimates that we do include.
Of course, I don't think that would make a really dramatic difference in these visuals.
Right, well,
would it?
today, it's not enough to move, percentage-wise, to date, it wouldn't move the percentages, is what I'm saying. To date, we've certified 4.6 mil. As of March 31st, we had certified about 4.6 million.
Yeah. Okay, so okay. So it's not a gigantic number that you're adding in terms of one-time revenue streams.
If we look at the prior years, I want to say around 1%, maybe a little less, some years a little more, but between, I think it was about 0.8 to 1.4%.
Okay.
Of what we had estimated.
And then, so this may be sort of a Daniel question. So, please let me know if this is not the right question for your expertise. But do you have, I guess, when you see these very drastic differences in the expenditures and the revenue, with the expenditures being much higher than the revenue, you said, if this trend continues, then it would become a problem. I guess, is it part of your responsibility to say, hey, we're headed into a place in which this might not be sustainable, or is that beyond your scope?
That's beyond our scope. Our role is to report the numbers as the expenditures and revenues are coming in, and to provide that information.
Okay.
We transmit our monthly financials, and we have. That's a statutory responsibility of the auditor.
Yeah. Okay. But you're not accountable for those differences ultimately.
Right. That's
budget.
Be
Okay.
the budget.
That's what I thought, but I just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you. Very helpful. I mean, I think it's a great visual. I'm gonna make sure and share that with the public. It's very clear. So I know that your intent was just to be clear with us, but I thank you.
Yes.
Very, very striking. Okay, so that was the auditor's item. are you done with your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's move on, Director, to whichever other one you'd like to discuss.
Thank you. Tiffany, if you could put up the PowerPoint, I think it's combined. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Daniel Ramos. I'm the county's budget director. We're here to check in on two different things. One is the second quarter projection for the current year, fiscal year 26, and then we'll discuss the projection for fiscal year 27. If you can go 2 slides over, Tiffany, slide 3. So the long and short of it is we're projecting a $27 million deficit as of now. Again, this is a projected deficit for the rest of the year. This does not mean we're minus 27 in cash as of today. We'll go over into more detail, but a big chunk of that is what we discussed in executive session. We were planning on a sale of a building that looks like it'll be delayed into next year. And then we will go through a formal reconciliation of how we got here. On flood control, they're expected to finish right at break even. As folks remember, when court decided to put Prop A on the agenda, it took about 2 years for them to grow into their tax rate, to be able to hire all the positions, set up the contracts. In the interim, we have used some of their operating surplus to do maintenance projects that would have otherwise been funded by the flood bond. And then Harris Health is projected $109 million. That's about a 2.5% margin. One thing, I know that this looks like a big number, and this has generated conversation in the past, but I do want to note that their business model is just very different than ours. For us, we're over 80% property tax, and as the auditor showed, we collect 99% of property tax in the first few months. If you look at the 3-year collection rate, we're almost at 100. And so 80% of our budget is essentially locked in, and with 20% being variable. They're 2/3 variable, where patient pay, the other 2/3 being a third patient pay and a third Medicare and Medicaid reserves. This also doesn't just transfer into their fund balance. They actually utilize this funding for next year's CIP. So I just want to put that out there. And they're here if there are any additional questions. Next slide. So I want to take a moment to just go through the strategic hiring and the estimates. As of today, we've accrued roughly $18 million in vacancy savings. We expect to hit that $25 million budgeted sometime in the late June, early July time period. And if we were to go to the rest of the year, we would project it out to be about $38 million. So this will be coming back to court for a decision whether to continue to extend it or to lift it. At this point, my recommendation as the budget director would be to continue it for 2 reasons. One is we have an active deficit that we need to sort through for the rest of the year, or we're going to finish the year in balance, which would be the first time, at least under my tenure, where we finished in the red. The second piece of it is, and we'll go over in more detail in the fiscal year 27 projection, but we are facing a projection next year. I find it almost impossible that we're going to get to balance without utilizing some or possibly all of the vacant positions that are currently frozen. Just to go back and look at what we experienced, Commissioner Garcia, from the moment you brought up the hiring freeze in late August last year to when we got the policy on court, which was, I think it was 18 days or something, we had about $12 million worth of employees hired above our normal average. So departments have the capacity to be able to hire up quickly. I would hate for court to be in a position to allow the hiring to happen only for us to turn around and lay them off during the budget process. Next slide. Next slide. And one more. So here's just a reconciliation of how we got to the 27 million. We have done almost $24 million worth of law enforcement supplementals. This is broken across a few things. The first one being supporting the staffing to sustain the end of the Mississippi outsourcing contract. We did a secondary supplement, a true up in late December. What we had assumed kind of normal turnover in the law enforcement departments. But after the raises went into place, we've essentially been fully staffed in many of our law enforcement departments that entire period. So not only did we have more people, so that it costs more than what we'd originally projected, but also everybody was 1 year more expensive, because typically what happens on law enforcement is the most expensive people retire and then they're replaced by the cheapest people. So you don't typically see increases to the average length of tenure in law enforcement departments. And then there was the action, I believe, in the March or April court, where we funded the vacancies in the law enforcement department up to the new starting salary. We had, like I mentioned earlier, we did expect the sale of a building. Unfortunately, we had that building vandalized, which jeopardized our ability to close on that facility. The next one is the pending vacancy sweeps. So that's if you go down to look at the expense side, the department surpluses, what this means is we're projected at $27 million collectively of department surpluses, but we budgeted 17 of it as part of the strategic hiring plan. And I'll go over indigent defense in a second. The last one I want to know, and it's on today's agenda, is the Microsoft licenses. Universal Services has done amazing work to be able to manage the number of licenses that we currently have. If folks remember when we presented on the 5-year financial plan, we had employees that hadn't been with us for a year that still had Microsoft licenses. We had some folks that had moved departments and had multiple Microsoft profiles. So we've gotten a hold of that. The issue has been is that the cost per license has gone up significantly over the last year. Next slide. On indigent defense, my least favorite subject in this county, we are projecting an $8 million deficit. I do want to note that that's not all bad news. A lot of what's happening here is that the PDO is staffing up incredibly aggressively, which is exactly what I believe court had given that direction to and what we funded over the last few years. What we're seeing, though, is that many of the new hires are freshly barred or are waiting for bar results. So we're paying for their salary before they're starting to absorb, an equivalent number of cases from the private bar. I will note that in some of the good news is we actually year over year, for the first time since I've been here, are showing projected less in private appointments than we had the year before. So I think that that's a testament to the work that our public defender's office is doing, but just want to note that there is this transition cost to staffing up. That's essentially all I had for Q2 projections. Happy to answer any questions at this point before we transition to fiscal year 27.
Commissioner Garcia, then Ellis, and then Ramsey.
Thank you. Mr. Ramos, thank you for your work on this. Obviously trying to make sure we get all the angles covered is going to be key, and this will probably play more into the upcoming budget. But are there areas that we can continue to absorb costs that should be shared with other partners, other vendors, municipalities, or the state? One thing that I have mentioned to some of our directors is that to look for opportunities where we can enterprise, if you will, the capacity that the county has, especially with our smaller cities. And if there's things that you are exploring in that regard. And then obviously the hiring freeze I knew was always low-hanging fruit for us. But also I think that's helping to create new normals for the way we do business, especially with areas where we can encourage the utilization of AI to help facilitate some of those standard areas of operation that tend to move paper or information around. And then with the positions that have remained vacant for so long, are you making recommendations maybe to the administrator in terms of whether they are actually necessary any longer, and that we should absolutely look at removing those from the budget lines? And there's before directors start to lose hair, off the top of their heads. I would simply say that this is not a cut conversation, rather, but we need their help to talk about our budgets in a modernization way. How can we do more? We're always going to have less, so how can we continue to do more and continue to sustain the growth? I'm not, in this time of affordability crisis, I'm not necessarily a fan of increasing fees because we just haven't done it. But I know that sometimes it's necessary to make sure we're at least paying some of our costs. But I want to make sure that we're looking at ways to modernize and improve efficiency without necessarily making that a painful thing for directors' operations. And then I'd like to see a continued analysis of operational savings, purchasing reforms, technology use, long-term cost sustainability as we move into the upcoming budgets. And then lastly, when I got the first projection of our shortfall, it was a very different number. Please help us get those numbers right
Yes, sir.
the first time around.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll tackle your. I'll try to remember all of them in order. In the first one, in terms of, what are we doing to or I'll take the one that's on the top of mind first. In terms of, are there ways for us to partner? Are there ways for us to share? I think one of the most successful parts of the 5-year financial plan that we did was there were people out there that we were subsidizing. We were providing services to them for free or for a significantly subsidized rate. So we've been able to adjust many of those. There's one on the agenda today that I'm very excited about. The tax assessor collector has really led and coordinated with other jurisdictions. We're providing a service to do tax collection. That is a service they don't have to pay for in-house, that we're finally modernizing that cost. We've worked with Universal Services. Director Menon has items where she thinks she can be an asset, either in cost sharing or as a consultant and as a consulting partner with entities. So we've created a revenue fund there to be able to track how much they're getting for the services. It's been relatively modest now, but I think that in the future, some of those items where we just need someone to come and do a test or do a review, there might be a chance for us to exchange services as opposed to going to a third party that's going to be more than what we have. In terms of the looking at those positions that have been frozen, one of the things that I advocated for in the last Commissioner's Court was to not assume the hiring freeze in the budget. I think we really want the departments to lead on their own budgets. And so we want to give them access to those vacant positions and tell court, what is the impact of having kept them frozen? What would be the impact of getting rid of them? But we're of course going to be consulting with them, and there are some that we're going to push, and the administrator and I are gonna discuss with the department heads, like, hey, do you really need it? Is it a nice or is it a necessary? Maybe it's misclass. Maybe it no longer serves that purpose, but can go to a different function. To tackle your question about AI, I'm incredibly excited about the potential. I'm actually going to be speaking at the Government Finance Officers Association about how do we start budgeting for AI. But necessity is the mother of all innovation. I think under kind of prior regimes, the budget didn't really change year to year because there was plenty of money. When there's a necessity to find a better way of doing it, and we are seeing some tremendous and innovative ideas around, how do I provide the same service in a different way? Whether, hey, I used to pay a contractor, do I bring it in-house? Or, hey, I'm not getting the best service. Is there somebody else that could be doing this? Is there a nonprofit that I can subgrant to? Those are the questions I remember, Commissioner. Did I miss any of them?
No, just including, the last year we missed the law enforcement salary increase projection. We missed it again this year. So just want to make sure that when we're hearing whatever the number's going to be, that it's as accurate as possible.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, working very closely with OCA reporting departments and purchasing agent Williams and I met this week. We're talking to your team, so we are also looking for operational savings and collaboration.
and that was one last one that you brought up in terms of procurement. So one of the things that was part of the 5-year plan that we want to actualize is, we can bulk purchase more items, but it may be that we need to invest in the short run in a warehouse and staff to be able to hold those common items, the concretes, the rebars, the asphalt, all the things that we utilize on a day-to-day basis. But same thing with fleet, is that there might be an opportunity to save on outside contractors if we can in-house more, but that would almost certainly require an additional or a new garage and our central garage. So we are in active conversations with those department heads, but there may be some short-term pain for long-term gain that we're looking at, and we will certainly, come to court and make the business case whether it works out.
Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. So when you look at where we headed, each year more and more people are moving into Harris County. More challenges, more aging infrastructure, more issues related to climate change that come in. And when I look at what we've done in the last couple of cycles, would you describe where we headed is towards a structural deficit? Or how would you define a structural deficit?
I would say we were there probably a couple years ago.
Didn't quite admit it, but we clearly are there now.
And so I get this question a lot around the budget, and some of it is policy decisions by the court, but I do want to flag some of the big ticket items that have impacted this county. Going from an 8% revenue increase to 3.5% essentially cut our growth in half. In most cases, it's not keeping up with even our population growth on a year-to-year basis. When you look at the cost increases associated with indigent defense or the state mandated outsourcing of our inmates, the state mandated new courts, adding all that up, we've taken a beating from forces outside our control, and that doesn't even include some of the disasters where we've had to pay and wait for reimbursement, or some of the disasters that we've just had to pay for because they didn't meet the FEMA total. So that was one of the big reasons. I came here 2 years ago to ask for permission to do a 5-year financial plan. We saw that if you can't, our largest bucket of dollars individually is law enforcement and the justice system. If you can't take money out of there, and you have a pretty draconian revenue cap compared to other states, we were going to run into problems. It's just now we're really starting to feel the pain on it.
And is it fair to say that assuming there'll be changes in the next legislative session regarding the revenue cap, we'll have even more challenges, and it will exacerbate that structural deficit?
Depending on what they do, there were some proposals out there that would have been okay for us. For example, lowering the cap to, I think it was to 1.5%, but allowing any growth in law enforcement to be added to the tax rate. That would have probably netted out. But some of the other proposals that I've seen, just going from 3.5 to 2.5, would be devastating, not just for us, but every other jurisdiction.
This question is for you and the administrator. Of course, it's politically correct to say we're going to do more with less. Everybody always says that, but usually in most households, when you have less, you end up doing less. You just have to have the resources to be able to do it. How are you all, both for you and the administrator, whoever wants to go first, how are we measuring what we are delivering compared to what we used to deliver? I'll give you an example. So when we did the strategic hiring freeze, it was strategic, but we also probably had to strategically have fewer services. So how do I just want to be transparent with the public. I don't want to be out trying to give the impression somehow, I figured out the magical way to do more with less. When you do, AI is an example, but at some point, how do we measure that so it's not just a talking point?
So that, our budget proposal is the one that the departments fill out. I think the first question we ask is what's the impact, both for the cuts as well as the service enhancements. So we read those. We have discussions with the department heads to really understand. We tell them when they meet with you all to be transparent about what they expect that impact to be. We ask for performance measures, both tracking the ones that we have today, but also projecting out what the performance is going to be in future years if those budget cuts are enacted. So we do try to put it all together. It's a lot across 88 departments.
Administrator.
Sure. For OCA reporting, of course, we use our quarterly collection of data, and we can maybe provide it in a more clear way to help you understand changes. I don't want to convey that there have been zero, but they've done their best to maintain in certain areas. There are programs that they described during last year's budget that might have seen a slight change. And then we have our department progress meetings, which all of the Q3 will be on the budget, will be updates on current year and what they might see in next year. So you were right, our population does continue to grow. And so sometimes we may not be matching that growth on certain areas of service.
I know I'm working with my team to send a letter so we kind of document it, and maybe even have some role that the auditor plays, because I know it's not easy for a department head when they come in and they ask for money. You spend old days, you through smoke signals and you don't even ask. But I would prefer for people to ask, and then I make the decision to deny it. But I don't want to just play smoke and mirrors and act like like there's some magical way that we figured out in Harris County how to do more with less. At some point, I think you got to put on the table, knowing that revenues are declining and population is increasing, you may have to eliminate some departments as well. It's a way to avoid some duplication on things that we do. I know when you have a department, somebody's focused just on that, it matters. But I don't want to be in a position where department heads come up and then we badger them about what they're not doing. But when they ask for the money to get the resources to do it, we didn't give it to them. Give me some sense of the impact. If at some point we end up coming from under the consent decree for misdemeanor bail, and maybe that's one for you, Tanya, or administrator, whoever. But somebody who certainly got my share of criticism for leading on it. If it goes away, I want to get some sense of what we'll be facing.
You bet. I don't have any data readily available. It is something my team and I have been looking at. We did some back of the napkin projections. If we had just 50% of the number of individuals who are released on GOBs today were to stay for 3 to 5 days more, it would be an increase of 350 in the annual average daily jail population. So that would be 350 folks that would be present in the population every day.
Nonviolent people, might I add.
Nonviolent, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, do you want to just plug a quick dollar?
Oh, cost, do math with me really quick, $105 a day times 350 people times 365 days.
You're probably looking at 9 million off the top.
Okay. All right. And you said earlier the numbers went from, the initial deficit was last cycle 270. We had some lucky breaks. It went down to 200.
Yes, sir.
And this year it's 129.
129. And we'll go over that projection in a second.
Any lucky breaks coming? You can see
I got both fingers and toes crossed, Commissioner, same as you. But we get, as we get more information, the better the projection, and the closer we get, the better the projection is.
Thank you.
The biggest one that we're hoping for at this point is on the residential side, appraisals were essentially flat for most people. On net, I think they grew by 0.6%. Our hope is that if folks have lower appraisals, they're less likely to appeal them. What ends up happening is if they're successful in their appeals prior to July, we can factor that into the tax rate. But if that case gets extended into the past July, we're actually in a position of having to pay refunds, which is a direct revenue hit. So last year, the big help to us was that appraisals were significant. The dollar figure for appraisals were significantly down, and so we had a slightly better than expected revenue.
So last question, you made reference to 5-year projections. So from 200 to 129. Any guess? We will admit it's a structural deficit on what it'll be in the next cycle.
So we just updated the 5-year plan. It wasn't ready for today's presentation, but we'll transmit it at the next court and we'll brief you and your team individually on it.
Okay.
But we have it mapped against what the Boston Consulting Group original estimate was.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Mr. Reynolds, thank you for your work. I appreciate the fact that we're sitting here at the end of quarter two and we're 27 million under. I mean, we're 27 million in a deficit. 18 million of that related to a building that was baked into the budget. Obviously, you've got a lot of other areas to look at. Hopefully, we don't have any more $18 million surprises. But the fact that we're talking about really a $9 million, I'm going to put the 18 over here in kind of a really unusual happenstance, but that we're talking about at least a problem of 9 million with our current level of spending and budget.
That's correct.
I think it's a good testament to all our departments, to our people that are out there trying to deliver services and at the same time respect a budget and stay on top of it. I like the strategic hiring. You can call it whatever you want to, but I think that's been a healthy exercise as we look at filling positions, being sure, and if we need to put a bit more governor on it going forward into quarter 3 or 4, those are at least conversations we can have and in control. So I'm sitting here saying I appreciate the budget process. I appreciate the management of the budget. County Administrator, I appreciate your engaging with the department heads, looking not only at next year's budget, but it's never too early to start trying to figure out how to save some money. And that can start and affect this year's budget as we finish up. Also, the other issue related to the current level of spending, 129 million, is what we're looking at in terms of a deficit. Again, we're just beginning the budget process, so that's where we're starting. And again, keep an eye on those statutory responsibilities. I think we need to talk about it. There are things we're going to choose to do that's not necessarily a statutory responsibility, and that part of it we can maybe have a little bit more flexibility, make some choices, but continue to look at things as statutory. Certainly the legislature is going to impact us in not a positive way. I would think we could continue to tell our Harris County story. Too often, I think the legislature looks at Harris County as a problem. I'll sit here and tell you, if anyone would be willing to print it, thank God for Harris County. Otherwise, we'd have a problem in the state of Texas. So we are the economic engine for Texas. And when people gather in Austin and they talk about the problem that is Harris County, talk to me about the port, talk to me about the medical center, talk to me about all the other things. So there should be more help, I'm going to say it, coming out of the state. Not necessarily more regulations, but help coming out of the state in terms of the Texas miracle has a lot more to do with Harris County, the largest county in Texas, third largest county in America. We are the center of economic activity in the state. We need to tell that story more. We're going to continue to do as much as we can with the growth that we're experiencing. But I think there's a story as we engage with our friends and neighbors in Austin and we talk about key issues. It just shouldn't be, well, Harris County is a problem. Harris County is not a problem. Harris County is part of what is going to make Texas #1 state, which is already there. But I rant, and I'll stop right now. Appreciate you.
Judge, I just want the record to reflect how appreciative I am of Commissioner Ramsey. And I'd vote for you, but it'd get you in trouble.
So can we briefly go over the just so we can wrap this up, the other presentation, and I'll save my comments until the end of that one because I think that one is the clearer presentation for the public.
Okay. Tiffany, if you wouldn't mind putting the presentation back and going to this, you can go to the second slide. Third slide, I apologize. So I can go through this relatively quickly. We briefed you and your teams over the last few weeks. So just as a word for the current level of service and spending forecast, essentially what we are attempting to do here is with everything that we know today, how much is it going to run the county before there are any policy decisions being made? And so we work with departments. They tell us, hey, the price of fuel is going up, the price of electricity. I bought a new building and need security for it. Any decisions court has made to date that would have an impact. And we try to sum that all up to be able to look at that versus our projected revenues to get directionally, like if we're in a surplus, where do we invest in? If we're in a deficit, how much do we need to ask from departments for offsets? Next slide. So the long and short of it is, if we were to go to the NNR, we would be projected to a $257 million deficit. If we were to go to the voter approved rate, it'd be $129 million. Next slide. On the revenue side, I'll just go over this quickly. In a normal year, our revenue goes up 3.5% plus new construction minus an allowance for appeals. This year, last year, it was actually beneficial for us to default to the no new revenue rate, predominantly because we had less debt than we had the prior year. And so when you go to the no new revenue rate, I'm going to make up numbers here, but if you made $3 billion off of property tax last year, that's how much you get next year between the two. So usually the NNR is devastating because debt typically grows on a year-to-year basis. So if you did 1.1 billion in debt, or $1 billion last year, but you did 1.1 billion in the NNR year, then that's a $100 million cut to O&M. For us, we actually had paid down a bunch of debt, and so it was actually beneficial for us to take advantage of that delta. We also were able to utilize some revenue sources to be able to buy down road debt in last year's budget. So we took one-time sources and we're able to make it permanent. So you see this year our property tax revenue is going up 132. That's $16 million more than it otherwise would have been if we hadn't done that debt buy down. We also are assuming a 3% growth in non-tax. This does not include any fee increases that Commissioner's Court has not approved to date. So if there's a fee increase that was over 5 years, we're tracking it. But if Commissioner's Court would need to approve it again, that is not included in this presentation. The 3% growth reflects our growth in the unincorporated area, which is where we see the predominant growth in our request for services and therefore the fees of service. Next slide. You can skip that one. So our budget's projected, our projected spend is $287 million above fiscal year 26. And I'll go over that in more detail. Next slide. One more, please. Okay, so on the countywide buildings, this is the biggest chunk of that. Of that $100 million in increases is $69 million in one-time sources that we utilized as part of last year's budget, $25 million for the hiring freeze, $20 million from ARPA, $14 million for the Justice of the Peace. So those were funds where we saw surpluses or made policy decisions in the case of ARPA to reduce service there to balance the budget. We do set aside $9.5 million, $5.5 million is contract patrol, $4 million of that is for any future CLS adjustments that we may have. The second category, if folks remember, when we passed the living wage policy, it did allow for departments that had contracts that extended multiple years to keep utilizing the contracted rate. For the A1 contract, which is the predominant vendor we use for election workers, that contract is up for bid. So the solicitation includes the new living wage policy rates, and so that's $6 million. The second biggest is law enforcement. This is $42 million for the second year of the law enforcement of the pay parity with HPD. To remind folks, we were roughly 14% behind HPD when we went down this path. So last year was cumulatively about a 24% increase, 14% to get us to where HPD was, 10% to match the contract with the city of Houston. The second piece of this is what I discussed earlier in the second quarter projection, but the funding the vacancies in the law enforcement department. And then one of the things, when we moved the contract for jail medical over to Harris Health's tax rate, one of the things we could not move over was the Harris Center contract. I will defer to the attorneys if they want to weigh in here on why. But the cost of the service of providing mental health services in the jail has gone up. And so that the cost to provide that service has gone up for us. On the health and the environment, 13.9 of that is the ARPA programs that Commissioners Court voted to put into the budget. Again, nothing is certain until the budget's adopted in September, but these were ones where court said, hey, no, I really want them in there. And so we have a placeholder for those costs. And then 1.4 million for the accreditation, the library's accreditation, as well as their library collections. One of the things I want to note on the library, there's requirements around how much we spend on collections as well as how much we spend per capita. We actually get a financial benefit from staying accredited. We're able to buy directly from a co-op, which is significantly cheaper than going to the market. And then there's some grants that we're eligible for that we would otherwise not be. More to come on this one. And on the library collections, what we're seeing is the cost for content is significantly up. Director Melton informed me they're no longer printing those kind of cheap like stapled books. So we're in a position of having to go and get the perfect binding or go and get hard copies for the same collections. And then digital collections is up. This is one that I find incredibly interesting, but when we buy digital collection, we actually don't own it. We have to lease it essentially, and then we pay on a per download basis. On digital and physical infrastructure, I want to pause here and just flag, if it's in here, it's because me and my staff have gone the extra mile to determine whether it's real or not. We go so far as to ask for POs. We ask for contracts. In the case where a contract is under bid, we ask for the bid documents to verify that there is a cost increase. So if you see it on here, it's real. That's the new price of doing business for those functions. So 3.8 for the IGIS, the facility funds, that's just inflation on predominantly on contractor costs. On the universal services, there's additional costs associated with going down the ERP replacement track, data management, IT operations. And then on the justice side, the lion's share of that is the 6 new courts that we're getting. And then with the Gallagher study, the overtime rate for intake has gone up slightly. And then the one piece of good news that we have on here, and it's not really in the slide, but next year, knock on wood, we're going to have less elections than we had in prior years. And so we built out $16 million in cost. Next slide. There's inflation all over the CLS. If you read, we've sent out to your teams each item. What the departments explained to us, as well as OMB's recommendations. But these are the ones that you can really see and feel. On vehicles, the cost for services and parts has just gone up significantly. That's one of the big drivers that we're seeing on the healthcare side is anything having to do with plastic. So any plastic syringes or tubes or containers, they're seeing a cost increase and they're passing it directly to the customers. On IT, again, we discussed in the second quarter projection, but the cost to provide Microsoft has gone up significantly. This is one where, Director Manon and I, we're meeting tomorrow to review it and see what's best practice around reducing that cost and reducing the cost of storage. On fuel, this is one where I would say it'll probably get better before it gets worse. But we just took the Department of Energy's last projection and utilized that. We are looking at different models. Right now, we do purchase all our fuel on spot pricing. We may, in the future, look at some mix of futures and spot to help hedge our risk. And then on utilities, I cannot say enough good things about our sustainability team. Every jurisdiction I've seen, their utility costs go up between 3 and 6%. For us to only go up 3.1 million when we're actively adding square footage, 1010 Lamar is now active. It should be full sometime in the next year. The fact that both the electricity and water and wastewater are that low, I think is a huge testament to the work that team does, as well as our county engineer. Next slide. And then in terms of the big drivers, healthcare, we're sort of in a perfect storm right now. Typically, healthcare grows between around 6%, which is the CMS average. That roughly equates to like a $20 to $26 million increase. This year, we're closer to 10. I will tell you that this number will almost certainly get worse before it gets better for a couple of reasons. One, the trend is ticking up closer to 12%. It also, when we set the budget, we set it at 6%. So we've chewed through a lot of the cash balances in our healthcare fund. And so we will almost certainly need to make an adjustment on this number to restore that fund to a healthy cash balance. And then on compensation, I would say that this is probably a conservative estimate in terms of overall cost. This is the annualization of the Gallagher study. So we're projected to spend $47 million in this current year. And then, we're projecting for $80 million in next year. Again, that's slightly above where we think we're going to land, but we know that there are the second phase, some of those priority positions that are still under dispute. The race and gender analysis is still being conducted, and we're in the middle of the FLSA look back, which will almost certainly need to do back pay for employees that were FLSA, were not FLSA exempt, but listed as so. And then on workers' comp and pension, our workers' comp team is great. They've really been able to limit, to manage around the growth. So we've really seen this not be a liability where a lot of other jurisdictions are seeing huge spikes when people go, especially when we're raising rates or raising salaries. Typically, when you raise salaries, the cost of workers' comp goes up. When the cost of healthcare goes up, the cost of workers' comp claims goes up. But we're projected to stay flat this year, which I think is a huge accomplishment. And then on pension, we're at 90% funded. When you talk to FAs around the country, that is kind of the perfect spot to be in, where your assets are really generating significantly more than what your claims are or what your payouts are. The market has been just so strong that we've been able to not contribute more on a year-to-year basis. Again, despite some pretty significant investments in salaries. Next slide. On flood control, I'll go through this quickly, or I'll pause here if there are any questions about the general fund. Okay. On flood control, again, they're projected to spend almost all their money. They've really grown in, been able to staff up. If you go to the next slide, they do have inflationary increases just like us. But again, they've grown into their tax rate nicely and are really starting to deliver the services that all of us imagined when we went down that path. Next slide. Okay. That's it. I'll just go briefly over, this will be my last slide, briefly over the timeline. We're at May 14th, so we're transmitting the CLS projections. You will get an update in mid-June. We do get more information. Our actuaries update their projections. We get guidance from the Attorney General that we need to change our staffing model in a department. Just things like that come up after we close the process. But we'd like to just put a pin in it and then make updates as necessary. The biggest change to this year's calendar is the budget hearings. They'll be July 13th through 16th, as opposed to first week of September. The budget town halls, thank you, commissioners. I know that they're starting to get scheduled. As always, I or my team are happy to staff any of the town halls if you invite us. We'll be formally presenting the budget to court, the proposed budget to court, August 17th, along with the tax rates. And then we will be, like other years, September 8th will be the budget amendment day, and then formal adoption on the 17th. One thing that's not on this calendar, but I do want to flag, is in July, before we get the tax data, we will be coming. At that point, we will have a pretty firm idea of what's on the table. And so we'll come and ask Commissioners Court if they want us to be prepared to discuss tax rate election at the early August court meeting. So the budget won't be out at that point, but you all will have seen everything that's on the table and have an idea if you want to go or not. That's the conclusion of my presentation. Happy to take any more questions.
All right. Any other questions, colleagues? So Daniel, can you go back to the beginning of your presentation, please?
Yep.
Where you have the VAR and the no new revenue. It's kind of a chart, and what the projected deficit
Yep.
will be with each. I don't know what page that one is.
I think
didn't-
that's actually
didn't jot it
the
down.
third one. Tiffany, if you wouldn't mind putting it back up and going back. Yep. One more. One more. Yep.
Did not realize I had it on loud. My bad. Okay, so let me. I think that is kind of like that auditor slide, a set of slides that were just so clear in terms of the situation that the county is in. So I just want to really highlight this. I think, thank you, Director, for making something so clear. And so we're seeing that basically no matter where we set the tax rate, we're looking at a deficit of between 129 and $257 million. Okay, so we're looking at a deficit of between 129 and $257 million in next fiscal year 27. Serious problem, and unfortunately, one that we saw coming. And so let me just be clear with folks about what we're hearing. So this projection is a $2.93 billion revenue for fiscal year 27, which starts October 1st of this year, and $3.06 billion in expenditures. So that is the $129 million, and that's the lowest deficit possibility for next fiscal year. The deficit obviously didn't happen overnight. It's happening as a result of multiple decisions, many made by Commissioners Court over the last couple years. The majority of my colleagues decided to write a blank check for pay raises last year to law enforcement that we could not afford, and that added massive expenses. Obviously, we could have gone to the voters with that. I think they would have passed it. But what we're looking at here in terms of the number is, you could say, let me just get some of these numbers over the years here. But if you add it up from law enforcement, so the new cost for the raises is $75 million this year. Now, we knew the state was constraining our revenue, and we knew there was inflation, and still this court committed, just ahead of an election, to massive raises, which I really think the public ought to have had a hand in deciding for, and I think they would have supported. So in addition to the fiscal year 2026 raises, which were phase one, then there's $42 million for phase two raises and $32 million for some vacancies. Then $1 million for Harris Center and other law enforcement increases, $1.4 million. So that means that fiscal year 2026 included approximately $124 million in salary raises that we knew we could not afford, both through the adopted budget and the supplementals approved since then to fully implement the raises. So collectively, it's fair to say law enforcement raises will cost $200 million as of 2027. So you can see that is pretty much the size of the deficit. And it's sort of politics 101 on that one. And that's on top of the structural deficit that we already had because we have a cap in 2019 by the state. $129 million, and again, this is the lowest possible deficit. That would mean that we set the tax rate basically as high as we can set it within the state constraints. And I don't know that my colleagues will do that in an election year if they weren't even willing to put a law enforcement pay raise to the voters, or early childhood for that matter. So $129 million is not the type of money you find by shaking the couch cushions. It's roughly equal to 1 month's rent for 95,000 residents. The average rent for Houston residents is $1,349 a month. $129 million is roughly equal to a year of flood insurance for 165,000 residents. Average flood insurance cost is $783 per year. And $129 million is roughly equal to $32.2 million, $129 million is roughly equal to 32.2 million gallons of gas, enough gas to power roughly 60,000 cars for a year. And so we owe it to residents to be transparent about where the dollars are going and what we're cutting in exchange for that. I don't want to be at a budget hearing this year debating whether we're having cuts or not. We did that last year. It was like a Twilight Zone to be pretending, are we cutting things or not cutting? We're not doing that again. Folks, we cut and we're going to have to cut a lot more this year. And so I think, try to be forward thinking with this. Before we cut more services, this much money worth of services for our residents, let's try to figure out more efficiencies. We did a study in 2019, commissioned it, I think it was published in 2020, the DOGE, right? We came in, we were doing DOGE before DOGE was a thing. So we brought an outside consultant to come and evaluate county efficiencies. And I was just looking through it, and I'm proud that we've implemented most of them. And so we've done the efficiency thing. Now we're done cutting fat. We're cutting into the lean meat, and we're seeing that. And so there are a couple recommendations on there that we've not followed. For example, specifically, the centralization of the design and delivery of county infrastructure and facilities. We have repetitiveness across each of the precincts, plus the engineering department. Coordination with the city, shared services, that would be a great place for us to collaborate as city and county. And I'd love to visit with Mayor Whitmire about that. But the fact of the matter is, just as you hear the trash fee, you're going to be hearing about Harris County fees, cuts, others soon enough if we don't figure out a way to be more efficient. Because we put the county and the people of Harris County at a $200 million hole irresponsibly last year. So it's clear as day, and I just hope we don't spend weeks again debating whether or not we're at a deficit, whether or not the budget's balanced, whether or not there are cuts being made. It's just kind of the more obvious solution is usually the more obvious explanation is usually the correct one. So folks, you have it from the county auditor, independently reports to none of us, even the budget director, here it is. So I just ask my colleagues that we start from there. Another thought, Daniel, one of the recommendations in the report, our DOGE report in 2020, was to have a strategic plan and to have a 5-year plan. So all of it, having a county administrator, making our budget process more effective. I mean, it's really neat to see how we've done all of that. From what I can tell, and correct me here, folks, if I'm wrong, the budget last year adhered to the broad strategic priorities. In other words, public safety, right? That's one of those. I don't remember the exact phrasing, but basically, public safety, health. And so the departments were asked to check the box of which of the broad priorities they align with. But we have very detailed goals within those priorities. And I think that if it were possible, I would suggest that you ask the departments to look at their line items and align those with the specific goals. Because what happens is we pick the politically favorable things instead of the goals that we actually all came up with. And so that's a level of granularity, and not just looking at new programs, but the existing programs that they're having us continue. And if it does not align with a goal, well, then we shouldn't be spending money on that. And so those would be sort of my 3 points: is the consolidation of the design and management of county infrastructure and facilities, cooperation on shared services with the city, and finally, 100% alignment, or as close to that as we can get, between the line items in our budget and the goals in our strategic plan. And no more miscellaneous spending on things that we know we cannot afford.
Judge, we have a lot of that, the mapping to the specific goals and priority areas. We can share that with your team and sit down, and that's been a collective work between the budget office and the administrator.
So what percentage, administrator, of each line item would you say can be directly tied to one of the most narrow description of the strategic goals?
If you could I can get it today, but I don't have that.
Okay, no need. I just as long as you guys are okay, think that that's feasible to try to do.
We can group stuff, especially now that we've done so much work on our programs and services. We can get pretty granular.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we'll share that with your team, and
Yeah. All right. So yeah, and the main takeaway is for folks to see the numbers on you can have all the rhetoric, but the numbers are the numbers. All right. So thank you. Did you have anything else to add?
no, Judge.
So that's on the budget presentation. So folks, let me just say this. Commissioner Ellis has to go to his son's law school graduation at 3. At 3?
4. I think leave it
At 4. Okay.
to get a flight out of here.
But see, I have to do my group therapy commitment that I committed to before we moved court to Thursdays, and that's from 3 to 4:30. So basically from 4 to 4:30, we're not gonna have a quorum. So what I'm wondering is if folks want to maybe take a break and have a snack and we work through 4. No, that's too long. Anyway, shorter lunch, I don't know. What are you guys thinking?
I'd like to let the staff take a snack. I'm on a diet, but I'd like to let you off.
Right, no, we're not. We don't need.
I'd like to watch you eat.
But it's just like the
Then
sun.
I think we can finish up by 4. If
Okay.
I have to hang around till 4:30, I'll do it.
Okay. All right. So let's then take our standard lunch break. So it's 1:35. We'll be back. Yes.
I'm sorry, is there going to be a motion for item 2 and number 6?
No
I-
action.
For both items? And then I know 400 is a transmittal.
All right. No action on those. So it's 1:35. Let's break then until 2:30, and then we'll start with the flood control presentation. Thank you, guys.
Hello, hello, hello. It's now, I know I'm gonna have to tip out, so it's 2:37. So we'll get started. So we might just, of course, back in order. And so we'll bring FIFA up. I think, thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm going to be quick. I know we need to be quick. I just want to say thank you to your offices, your staff, all the county departments that have supported IGA's role in liaising with the different partners on the FIFA World Cup. And I'll let the host committee and the Sports Authority present and do their final briefing, but just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. We'll be brief. Brief session and update right before the World Cup actually starts. We're ready. And so we're ready for the 1.5 billion economic impact. We're ready for the 500,000 visitors that will be coming here to Houston. But more importantly, we're ready for the legacy effect of FIFA will have here in Harris County with all those y'all's parks and all of the children and kids around our county that will be positively impacted by what FIFA will bring to Houston. And so I will tell you, the staff or the Sports Authority and Host Committee has been working tremendously, and it's led by, our Ryan Walsh and Chris Canetti here, and they'll give more information on that, but they've done a tremendous job. But I also want to thank you all personally for working with us. One of our goals was here to make sure that we are communicating with you and your staff and answering all questions that you have, that your constituents may have. And we want to thank you for being open to that and inviting us to your offices to make sure you all are informed and answer any questions that you may have. So with that, I throw it over to Ryan Walsh, our CEO.
Mr. Chairman, they might want you to say your name for the record, I think.
My name is Juan Garcia. I'm the chairman of the Harris County Houston Sports Authority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Glad to be here again. Appreciate it. Ryan Walsh, CEO of the Harris County Houston Sports Authority. Really just an opportunity to say thank you before it all really kicks off. As Chris will tell you, we've gone from planning into the execution phase, and it's kind of like the dog catching the car. What do we do with it? Well, now we bring it and we make it happen. So I appreciate all of your support, certainly the commissioners, your support throughout the program, for the free kick soccer program, and really everything else that we've done for this. As you guys know, Harris County has hosted more major events than any other municipality since 2004. And this is certainly the culmination of all of that hard work. But not only that, it's a lasting legacy that we have here in Harris County from not just the World Cup and the legacy programs that we have, the economic impact, but going beyond that. We're certainly working towards major events in the future. And it certainly puts Harris County on the world stage to show that we really can do big events, and we do them really, really well. And so we certainly appreciate your support in being able to do that. Appreciate all of your offices. Certainly IGA has been a tremendous help to the host committee and the Sports Authority. Tammy, Francis, Maya, and Santi have been fantastic through this and done a lot of the legwork that we've needed. And appreciate everything. Looking forward to the legacy, and want to introduce Chris Canetti, president of our host committee, who's going to tell you more about where we are in the planning and the car that we've caught and what we're going to do with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and good afternoon, Commissioners. We have a lengthy PowerPoint presentation that we're going to skip today because we know we're in a bit of a hurry, but they will be circulated to your offices so that you can see all the great details and information. But what I want to report today is the World Cup starts 4 weeks from today, believe it or not. We've been planning this for over 7.5 years, and now we're down to the 4-week countdown. So 4 weeks from today, the first match will be played in Mexico City, and that coincides with the opening of the FIFA Fan Festival right here in Houston, down in East Downtown. So pleased to report that all the planning is going exactly according to plan. We're on time, on budget, on schedule. All the projections are coming out as we expected them to be at this point with 4 weeks to go. Let's hope we stay on pace in that regard. I want to remind the community that we have 7 matches here in Houston, 5 in the group stage rounds, 2 in the knockout rounds. They will be taking place between June 14th, so 4 weeks from this Sunday, is the first game when Germany, the 4-time World Cup champions, will play Curacao, who's never appeared in a World Cup before. And so that'll be an exciting match. We're hearing that there's big crowds coming in from Germany. And we're also hearing that there's 4,000 folks from Curacao estimated to come to Houston for that match. So that's, again, 4 weeks from Sunday, where we'll kick off the first of 7 matches. The countries playing in Houston are Germany, the Netherlands, and Portugal, which are 3 of the top 10 teams in the world. Then we have Cape Verde, Uzbekistan, and Curacao, who are making their World Cup debuts, rounded out by Saudi Arabia, Sweden, and who am I missing? The Democratic Republic of Congo. So those round out the teams that are definitely going to play in Houston. And then we have 2 knockout round games where you have to qualify to get in. So again, everything's going well. If you were down at NRG Stadium right now, you would see the field is going in. This is a major project, a multi-million-dollar project with high tech and innovation to have the most beautiful soccer field you can ever imagine in place in the next couple of weeks. And if you were down in the East End right now at Edo, you would see a major project going on there with cranes and bulldozers and lots of men and women working to build out the FIFA Fan Festival, which again is going to be the primary ancillary event to the World Cup, which will take place over the course of 39 days. We're expecting over 500,000 visitors to attend that event during that time, both local folks from our area as well as several 100,000 folks from coming from all around the world to visit the Fan Festival, which is a free event. So again, everything's going great right now. We've had tremendous collaboration and cooperation with all of our partners, from safety and security to the stadium, to the airports, to Metro, to Houston First, to Downtown Houston Plus. You name it, the whole community has really come together in this moment to help Houston be prepared and to shine. My final remark would be that about 4 weeks ago, you may recall, we had the FIFA officials here in court. 2 of the highest ranking FIFA officials came in from Miami for their final briefing, and they left the day saying that Houston was as prepared, if not more prepared, than any other host city here across the U.S., Mexico, and Canada for this event. So things are going great, and we're excited to put on a good show to make Houston proud, and to walk away from this with everyone saying that this is was the most well prepared and fun place to be for the FIFA World Cup this summer. So,
Chris, thank you. I saw the pictures from when you and the judge and your delegation went over to Portugal and other places, and it looks like you were very well received. So we look forward to hosting them. I tipped into the stadium and looked. So for my colleagues, if you haven't gone, it's all wrapped up. First, I was wondering what's going on, but it's pretty amazing whatever they're doing to grow that grass that quick.
Yep. So the grass is coming from Colorado, and right now they're prepping everything with irrigation systems and ventilation systems and sand and all these things. And in a couple of weeks, the turf will go down, and by the time the first game is played, it'll look like the field has been there forever. So like a very advanced technical project.
Thank you.
So it's at 62 degrees inside the NRG at this point?
It's going to be cold. The roof will stay closed. So because natural sunlight won't be coming in to help the grass live over the course of these 3 weeks, we had to bring in these called grow lights from the Netherlands to artificially produce the sun. So
interesting.
Yeah, like I said, very high tech project.
Are they doing the same thing at all the stadiums?
We're doing the same thing in Dallas, Atlanta, and Houston because the 3 of us have the domed stadiums. So the technology on how to build that out is the same across those 3. The rest are outdoor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you very much. And Tammy, Ryan, and I saw Tom over there. You guys are great, but I got all the confidence in Tom Calabro over there. But listen, thank you all for everything. And, you gave the timeline of just, 4 weeks away. We're going to have something immensely incredible happening here. And I will just tell you that having a Super Bowl is pretty cool. And when we got the first Super Bowl in a long time in 2004, it was nice to have the NFL, bring the funding for the Yet Center that actually then Commissioner Sylvia Garcia got for Aldine. But what FIFA is leaving behind and the investments that they're making now is incredible. 23 pitches across the county in strategic neighborhoods that, in all likelihood, may not even be able to afford a TV to watch a game. But yet they're going to have access to some incredible facilities that they're supporting our community with. And then, the organic growth of the game that is taking place. I'm creating a little mini pitch nearby, and folks are already very excited about that. But I would just tell you, Chris, I don't know if my hair would look like yours, but you're making everything look easy. And so I know you're under a lot of pressure. I know there's a lot of things happening, but you're making it look easy, and I appreciate your work as well as everybody else. I think you let Ryan's hair fall out instead, but but listen, we're excited, we're proud, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate all of your support. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you. Appreciate. I think what you're seeing is the appetite for sports in the area, how important that is, not only rodeo, Juan, but also sports and everything associated with it. I think you're also seeing probably the most international city in America is here. So to be able to show that to our soccer fans, and also, as Commissioner Garcia said, leave a legacy for our neighborhoods. It's going to be great. Look forward to what happens going forward, and anything we can do from this level, please let us know.
Thank you. Again, we appreciate all of you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Commissioner, just for the record, item 143 will be no action.
No action. All right, thank you. Colleagues, I think it's, you all tell me it's item 3 next, Commissioner Ramsey?
I'm sorry?
Item 3, is that the one we're doing next?
Yes.
Yes, item 3, and you pull that one, request for discussion and possible action on appropriating general funds to support compensation study increases.
Yeah, quickly. Thank you, HRT Director there, in terms of where we are. We're still working, I guess, with Gallagher and getting the process online and getting it worked up. I think looks like on schedule. Even though I think according to Daniel, the costs have gone up some in terms of this year and next year, anticipated impacts on the compensation study.
So, Commissioner, we put $50 million as a placeholder, and when we got the results back, we looked at it. The results came back, I think, January, February, by the time we had the fiscal note. So the recommendation to court was just to prorate it from that February date through the rest of the year. So it's not necessarily that the cost is more than what we had originally anticipated. It happened to be that if we prorated it from February, we could do all of it, as opposed to coming to court and saying, do these groups of folks and not those groups of folks.
Right, we'll continue to work on it. Y'all are taking a very flawed system and trying to make it work. So keep us posted.
Yes, sir.
And no action on that item, right? Okay.
Sorry, that needs to pass as presented, Commissioner.
Need to pass it? Okay, I'll move it.
Second.
All those in favor vote aye. All opposed vote no. 3 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Ellison, Ramsey. Next is item 6, Commissioner Ramsey. Discussion, possible action on 5-year financial plan.
We already did 6.
We did it. Okay, let's go to 12. Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ramsey. HRT adding a silver script. Is this?
Yeah. Basically, I want to thank HRT for their work on this, and Ms. Ramos, and I appreciate that this item is coming back with options for us to focus on that are going to help us reduce retiree disruption while protecting the long-term sustainability of the program. And the two options, one that is, I guess, basically cost neutral. Is that about the way I understand it? I mean,
both of the options that we're presenting will be an increase in the cost from the original
but
implementation.
not as much as the others.
Correct.
So actually, you got three options.
Yes.
And one puts us in a real bind at about $8 million. The second option is about a $2 million obligation, and the first option is about a $600 and $100,000 and change.
That's right, Commissioner.
Yeah. And look, the 5-year financial plan, I think, is going to be very, very important. And I think it's going to help us reduce retiree disruption while protecting the long-term sustainability of the program. And the two options, one that is, I guess, basically cost neutral. Is that about the way I understand it? I mean, with some being a retiree myself, I have a great deal of appreciation for the way we're changing some expectations to our retirees, thinking that we were walking one direction and come to find some issues. So I would hope that my colleagues would consider.
Commissioner,
Yes.
if I may, I was just going to ask, because I spoke to them earlier, they have not talked to the retirees.
Oh,
I'm going
okay.
to leave for one of the options, but what I want to ask is, if it doesn't delay anything, take a week whenever we meet.
Yep.
Just before you say which option. I'm probably going to be for it, but I would say just go meet with them. I think it's about, under this, Adrian, I don't want to cut you off. I think it's about 495 people who won't be whole. They'll have some different options. They're at a higher income retirees, but they're still retirees. So if it doesn't delay anything, I would suggest, I sent a motion around.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't think about it.
Well, I'll thank you for that. And I didn't know y'all hadn't already met, but I appreciate the structure because I saw the advisory item as well. But I'll just simply say, look, higher income retirees today, maybe not so much tomorrow. Okay? There's a lot of volatility.
I'm getting higher.
A lot of volatility, exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of volatility in the market. There's a lot of concern, a lot of anxiety. Affordability is a real thing. So I still take exception to all retirees. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
So does it delay anything if you did it at the next meeting, or for that matter, when do you have to have this done?
For next year, we need to have it done by July.
So, and I sent a motion around. I just want you to meet with them because they did come. And by the way, I didn't ask them to come. They came. And look, mistakes happen. But I think we owe them the courtesy of at least, they're not organized as a group, but at least the ones who came, or the ones you know about, send them an email, offer them a meeting, or offer them a Zoom, and walk through it with them before we vote. Because even the best case scenario does, for the ones, I think maybe one person retired at $110,000 a year, or whatever that comes to, their retirement's probably not going to go up, but the cost is going to go up for them, if that's fair. And I said,
No, I'm good with that. We
So,
need to reach out to them if we can.
could you all look at it? It said July, so if you want to do it in June, I don't
That's
care.
fine. Oh, yes, we saw.
So the language I sent is okay? So the
Yes.
motion, you want me to read it? Okay, it says, I move that the court defer action on proposed changes to the Aetna Silverscript EGWP, and I direct HRT and OMB to conduct additional analysis, gather retiree feedback through a town hall and other outreach efforts, and return to Commissioners Court in July with updated utilization data, retiree input, and recommendations informed by the preferences and experiences of impacted retirees. Motion made and seconded by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. The item passes. Thank you very much
Thank you
for
all.
your
Appreciate
creativity
you.
on this. The next one is item 13. Commissioner Ramsey. Purchase order in the amount of 343 Aramark facility.
Yeah, the question here has to do with our famous floor number 7. So not to belabor it, because we've had a lot of conversation up to this point. And I know we've got a schedule there. I know this particular item has to deal with the LEDs. So I think originally the thought was you'll delay on the LED because you may be doing a more total renovation. You didn't want to put money in there if it wasn't necessary. You've now determined it would be appropriate to move forward with the LED.
Commissioner, if I may, so the motion we had is to bring that back to the court to discuss whether we want to move forward with the LED or not. So the originally when we looked at a total fixture replacement, which would be much expensive, and the vendor that came in and they said we could do just the lights and minimal change to add that LED fixtures, which will save significant amount of money. Now, when I say significant, our return of investment on this one, we're looking at 8.3 years. So this is up to the court. to decide that, again, since we don't know how long we're going to need to keep this facility alive. At a minimum, we do know that even if we build a new facility, or do a complete renovation, we need to keep this facility running at a minimum 5 years, I would assume. So it's kind of a 50-50 ball, Commissioner, so this is up to the court.
So the agenda item is to whether or not to move forward with the 343,204. My simple question, and Sam, we've talked a lot about that particular floor. Will we be able to complete in July? I think that was the schedule.
The simple answer is yes, sir. It'll be done. If this is approved by Commissioners Court, the contractor can start. They have some parts on hand, and they will be done by the time that the plumbing is done by June 30th. The complete floor timeline is the middle of July 15th. I'm saying we're sticking to that, Commissioner, but the good news is that the contractor for the air handlers thinks that they may be able to expedite and finish everything by June. But for right now, we're gonna hold to the July 15th date.
I would move to approve the $343,204.21. LED lighting retrofit. Clearly, I think we're going to get more than 5 years need out of that particular floor.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Ellis. Excuse me, Garcia. Commissioner Ellis, I'm going to let you run this. I'm sorry, because I have to go soon for my commitment. I'll be back. Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? 4 ayes and nays. Judge, you want to take up 488 and 490?
No, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you.
The next one is item 13, 15, Commissioner Ramsey. You pull that one. Harris County Court expansion.
Yeah, again, this is a schedule question. I noticed that we're under requirement to have some of these courts open by specific dates. 2 courts on the 4th floor of the district clerks. How far behind are we in terms of some of these courts opening? Some of this is in the legislation in terms of when they open.
Yes, sir, you are correct. We have one court it was the civil court at law number 5. That was active as of December of last year. And then we have 4 other courts. 3 of them are going to come online as of September, and then the last 2 in October of this year. As far as timeline for the court build-out, we will advertise for construction in July and award in September. So the construction for the courts starts in September. Right now, what we're doing is doing the build-out and the relocation of the district clerk and county clerks from 201 Caroline over to the 1001 Preston location.
Okay, so you've got specific scheduled dates, and was there anything in the legislation that said we had to get certain courts done by a certain date?
No, just the fact that they were active as of the dates that I mentioned. The first one was December 4th of 2025. 3, the 5th, 13th, 14th, and 15th are required by September 1st of this year, and the 16th and 17th are October 1st. That's when they're active. The build-out of the courtrooms will be finished by the end of the first quarter of 2027.
And that meets the required schedule?
So the courts will come online, to answer your question. The court build-out will be done at the end of the first quarter of 2027. In the interim, much like Court at Law number 5, they're going to do some scheduling in there to double up on courtrooms to meet that.
Thank you for the clarification. I move on the item.
Just a quick question. Is there anything you need us to do? I know with the Family Law Center, have those issues been worked out? I didn't mention it earlier when the clerk was here, but has that been?
Commissioner, we are working with all the relevant department to make sure they're moving or they're giving the space because as we just discussed that we needed the space from the civil courthouse to clear up those places that's been already occupied. So far, we are working with all the relevant departments. It's been a little difficult every now and then to move them out because they already have operations. We're looking into their operational needs to make sure we don't disrupt the operations. So at this time, nothing from the court.
If you run into a problem, I'm just asking you to put something on the agenda, ask one of us, because we got to meet the statutory mandate.
Yes, sir.
Harrison had to.
We'll do
Okay,
that.
thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed vote no. 4 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Next, I know the folks are here from Harris Health, so can we bring up 488 and 494? And then 488 and 494. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You on?
Looking, if you could bring up the presentation, please.
Okay.
For the court, I'm Lewis Smith. I'm the Assistant Chief Operating Officer of Harris Health, and joining me is Ms. Victoria Nikitin, Chief Financial Officer of Harris Health as well. As you know, we were here earlier this year with a first report to the court related to the ongoing strategic facility plan of Harris Health that are associated with the bond funds as one source of funding for that program. Our commitment was coming back on a quarterly basis. So this is report number 2, where we're going to show you updates related to that process. I will say that this continues to be a very tremendous initiative of Harris Health that has been made possible by both this court, and I want to continue to express our appreciation for the court's support related to Harris Health, bond funding, and other matters related to the operation of our organization, the 4th largest public health system in the United States. We also have had a tremendous board that has shepherded these visions forward, and that board is also a result of the court support related to that. So we're appreciative of the court and the board related to what Harris Health is able to do. If you can go to the next slide, please, and go forward another one. Just to remind the court, the strategic facility plan ultimately expressed over the next 10 to 12 years. We are 1 year into that plan, is going to eventually touch almost every aspect of Harris Health physically related to our operations as represented by the dots on the map related to that. Next slide. This is our continued community engagement. In the appendix is a broader one over the last 3 years. Every time we bring an update to the court, we're going to make it consistent with the quarter being reviewed. So January through March related to that. This has been our activity related to community involvement. As most of you know, we'll actually be scheduling town halls in each one of your precincts as we do each year. And we'll be adding that activity, looking forward to interacting with your precincts related to the ongoing understanding of Harris Health and what we are able to achieve. The next 2 slides, if you go one more slide, are going to be the update on the financials, and Ms. Nikitin's going to carry that part, and then I'll come back and talk about further aspects of the project.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I wanted to start with appreciating the words that were said here today by Commissioner Ramsey when he talked about the economic engine that Harris County is for Harris County residents. And so when we look at this very large scope of the $2.9 billion project, of which 2.5 was approved by the voters of Harris County. This is what investing in the Harris County future looks like. So the takeaway from this first slide is on the right-hand side and the left-hand side, you see the 2 numbers that are approximately $2.9 billion. And this is where we started the program with the estimate in 2023. And this is where we are in March and April of 2026. The number on the right that we present to you here today is not any different that you have seen in the first time that we came here. In the middle, the $2.5 billion is the voter-approved debt, future debt, to expand the capacity of Harris Health. What I'm reporting on here today is that last May, with your support, we took out the first instance of the bond issuance in the amount of $840 million. By March of this year, we spent $819 million. And for full transparency, we are including here what was in the pipeline to be spent. And at this point, we are in May. I can tell you that we have spent the full amount on construction. And so also today, if we can move to the next slide, I can logically talk to the commissioners about what's happening with the second bond issuance. Today, our official statement related to the second bond issuance has gone up, so the investors are going to be carefully reviewing that, and we will be going to price that bond issuance, the second installment, that is going to be approximately $830 million in early June, and we will take delivery of that at the end of June. So again, this slide is just to lay out what we have already done with the bond issuance. The first instance is already spent. The second instance is very well on its way. The very last column here is the final installment that is approximately $830 million. Most likely will not be coming back to this court in 2027. But we will be coming back to the court in 2028. That amount may be this amount, it may be split in a couple of amounts. That is still yet to be determined. I also would be remiss if I did not mention enormous support that we have gotten, not just from this court and you commissioners, but also I wanted to specifically mention one individual from OMB, Fahad Gulzar, who's here today. Has been a very, very valuable member of our team, together with your county attorneys who are also here today. I wanted to recognize them. I can take questions at the end of the presentation or now, depending on your desires.
We get to the end.
Thank you.
All right, if you'll go to the next slide, please. This has been added at the request of this court related to incorporating an update related to the skilled trades protection policy that was enacted by Harris Health in 2023 prior to the bond referendum related to this. This also resulted in a continuing relationship with the DEO office of the county as being part of the strategy of overseeing and supporting prevailing wage reviews as well as other items. We have also augmented those services with another organization called HPM that continues their work, and we are going to continue to be strengthening that posture as we have a very complex and dynamically moving project of the scale of a Oak Quinn Hospital on the LBJ campus, but also the forthcoming Ben Taub expansion facility, as y'all are certainly very familiar with. Just hitting the highlights of the three items of the skilled trade protections policy. Prevailing wage, this is, as most of you know, a very important item. It's obviously gotten some attention lately as we are working to ensure that workers are getting all of what they are due related to this. In that, I have spent time with each of your staffs going through a lot of detail related to the various reviews undertaking right now. We have had one complaint that led to further reviews of the information that has led to multiple items that we are continuing to manage related specifically to items of compensation and worker classification. We have seen those self-reported by the contractors as being resolved. We are still validating that on both the DEO side and on our other resources with HPM. So those have not been closed out at this point in time. And as those progress, we do expect by the end of this month, we should have progression towards that. But in this type of a dynamic, complex project, there could be obviously ongoing reviews of information, especially as we work to continue to get as proactive as possible, looking at the certified payrolls uploaded into the systems and analyzing that information as we continue to go forward. As I referenced, we're going to continue to strengthen the information and the resources we have within Harris Health as the responsible party under Texas regulations to make sure that we are getting that type of review as proactive as possible. And we are in active conversations with the various parties, including the unions, related to feedback and considerations related to workers' rights, related to them understanding what they are entitled to related to this process in that standpoint. The second item is apprenticeship hours. You can see a range here. The only reason there's a range is that there's two projects right now. There'll be more as we go forward, but it is the O'Quinn Hospital and the Central Utility Plant on the LBJ campus. One is 17%, the other is 22%. Those numbers are higher from what you saw in the first report because the hospital project is really driving the totality of the
I'll ask for unanimous consent. We continue until we finish this item, which will be quick because I'm going to leave at 4:20. Thank you.
Okay. And we have included in the appendix of the report a breakdown by trades has been requested by this court. So I will not go into that detail, but we are tracking that. The expectation that you should have as we go forward is these percentages will continue to move up as we are moving into the interior of the hospital and as we're getting into all the floors and the activities of the floors that involves a lot more of the trade-sensitive areas than what we have been at related to the exterior of the building in getting there. And then on the OSHA safety, there is a lot involved into that, which the Board of Harris Health has been overseeing and adopting related to our safety posture. We do compare to industry norms related to overall safety, which has been extremely positive related to our performance. We have had a couple of accidents and one very serious that we have worked through the processes and the reinforcement of safety related to those incidents, working with OSHA as we continue to have a very strong safety posture on the program. If I could go one more slide and then I'll stop, get your questions. On the LBJ campus, you'll actually see slides for each one of the categories, LBJ, Ben Taub, and ambulatory. I just want to note on this slide that we are embarking on a very significant cancer initiative on the LBJ campus that has been embodied by this opportunity. Again, direct support from the court that is going to be filling the one item we did not have, or the one service we did not have on the LBJ campus with radiation therapy. Patients were having to travel down to our Smith Clinic, which is near Ben Taub. And so when this center opens, and we are working in concert with University of Texas MD Anderson related to this project, it will then round out all of the cancer services on the LBJ campus for the first time in Harris Health's history. And again, as you know, that LBJ area, that has the lowest life expectancy, cancer clusters, and all kind of issues.
If I might, just so I can speed us up, my intent was to bring up 488 and 494. 494 is a transmittal. Go back to your previous slide, please, because it relates to 488. The one. So I sent a motion around. I don't know if you all saw it, but the reason I put that item on the agenda was to kind of follow up on what Commissioner Garcia did at the last meeting, where he asked the auditor to work with DEEO to review its wage compliance work on the LBJ site. Obviously, we all read the newspaper accounts. Here's the proposed motion that I want to read to you because obviously we take the issue seriously. I move to direct DEEO to continue working with the auditor to review DEO's wage compliance policies and procedures that have been in place from November 2025 to provide court with an update at the July 9th meeting of Commissioners Court that identifies the process for approving certified payroll records, including the forms of documentation used and requested by DEO to certify payroll, the process used for confirming worker classifications, the process for conducting worksite visits and worker interviews, and fourth, the process for investigating complaints from workers regarding wage compliance. This update will include a preliminary set of recommendations for improving the process and identify any gaps in the existing process.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. And I know you all, I think you all pay DEO. You all send us some money over here to make sure you're in compliance.
That is correct.
And I won't add it to the motion, but if you need to send more, just do it. so we don't end up in this position. I don't want to.
I was going to add that to the
Good.
motion.
Yeah. Well, I'll take it as a friendly amendment. If there's a need to add more, I don't know if it could be staffing issues or what, but we want to make sure it's done right so we don't end up at odds. We made a commitment to a lot of people who supported this, that we do these things and we want to follow through on it.
If I could, Commissioner,
Sure.
can I make a comment? I think that goes back to my comment earlier. I think we certainly have appreciated DEO's engagement and involvement with us. I think given the scale of this project, we have recognized that additional resources have been necessary. And so that is why we have moved to also bring in other resources. I think what I would request is that any motion would not restrict Harris Health from being able to bring in additional resources.
None whatsoever.
Outside of the DEO process, just to make sure we're in totality able to get proactive.
Commissioner, I'm a little reluctant to accept that compromise, only because, look, I got a call when there was just one. No one's called me with what the progress of this investigation has now produced. I don't want to impede any work DEO has got going or the auditor. So I would see at this point bringing in a consultant as a hindrance because I know who the consultant's going to work for. So I just assume we maintain the process as we are right now.
So it wouldn't be a part of our motion, but we're not restricting that in any way. Obviously, want to make sure they put enough money in the DEO who we hired to make sure they do it. Now, anything else you want to, anybody else, I think you have the authority. If you want to bring somebody in to help you make sure you don't have a problem before DEO gets it. You know, I don't think we object to that. I mean, that's something that you all
It
control.
doesn't impede the work that DEO's got going over the auditor.
Yeah.
Should be complementary and not impeding it. I would certainly support that. And we have met with all the staff talking about a lot of detail related to what the investigations are, numbers, and what the scale of that is, just trying to
I
communicate
got a
and be
call
transparent.
on one.
I'm just saying your staff.
I got a call on one.
Right.
If you thought it was important enough for the CEO to call me for one, someone should have called when you started finding more than one.
Just for clarity, could I respond?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, because we got to get out of here today.
That's fair.
So you were not asking for any addition to our motion. We didn't comment on what you all do. If there's a separate item to keep you all from doing something you do independently, you know, Commissioner, I can see why you want to make sure you got it right
Yes.
before it gets to us.
Well, as the responsible party under the Texas regulations.
It cannot impede what goes on at DEO. Okay, motion has been made by Ellis and second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor? vote aye.
Commissioner,
Yes,
real quick, can you please confirm the friendly amendment to your motion?
that they would
Impact to
send
cost.
additional resources. How'd you phrase it?
Yeah, if there's an impact to cost in terms of what we have to pay, in terms of resources within DEO, need to be sure that's covered.
How about the little fifth little spot would be additional support will be given to DEO if needed? Does that hit it, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Motion been made and second by Ellis and second by Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote no. 3 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Thank you. I'm sorry we're rushing, but look, I'm celebrating. I'm gonna stop paying tuition for one. Sorry about that. Okay, let's go back to 3. I'm just trying to make sure we hit the voting items. Did I get 390? I was trying to do that while the judge was here. Which one was that? 390 was a transmittal. Let's get to that later so we get these voting items. Of course, we're gonna lose a quorum and it's all over with. What's left? Commissioner Ramsey, you pulled one on the sheriff. Item 177. Authorize additional funding, 19 million for Prop A, Public Safety Bond Program. The facility issue that Mike was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Appreciate what y'all are doing out there. That's a big deal. Looking for my notes. This is, it's real easy. There is improvements being made out at the Atascocita. We're doing things out there too, Precinct 3. And please work with the county engineer. I need a master plan both the layout and drainage of what y'all are planning on doing, so I'll know what to do. Because we're doing detention out there, we're addressing issues. So can you get with the county engineer's office to be sure those are taken care of? I need to see their master plan. I don't have a master plan.
Yeah, we can do that, Commissioner. We don't have the master plan either. Each one of the projects that are going on the campus out there, that's the expansion of the academy, it's academic building, the expansion of the firearms range, the active attack shooter facility, and the driving range. Engineering, the path we've been going down is each one of those projects have their own individual detention requirements. And right now the plans are to put detention ponds or expand existing detention ponds.
If we could just see a master plan, we might save some money. Rather than building 8 detention ponds, I might build 2.
We'd be all for that. We would. Like I said,
Pardon?
we're the, oh, they're here.
Yes,
So-
there's engineering.
Yes, Commissioner, we just finished the SD and a lot of the projects were in the DD phase, but that's what we're gonna do. Actually, we're gonna look into see if we have cohesiveness, and rather than building 8, 9 detention pond, we build one big pond that serves the entire 600 acres.
If we could see that, because it's impacting some of the facilities we've got within that area. So just a master plan is all I'm
Absolutely,
asking for
Commissioner.
that.
The study, the reason we moved forward fast, because we wanted to make sure that all these projects gets done as we promised. And the study for the master plan is supposed to be in June, Chief?
Yes, sir.
So the timing is, we're gonna try to expedite that to see if we can consolidate it before we start producing full design document for all these individual projects.
Yeah, I don't need to see the full design documents. I just need to see the master.
Yes, sir.
How about some design build on this one? Would that speed it up?
Commissioner, so these projects are not too big to actually, where design build would be much or attractive to some of the good firms.
All right. Somebody, one of you guys want to make a motion on this one, 177? Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey.
I'm going to support it, and I'm assuming Daniel knows where this other 19 million is coming from?
Coming out of commercial paper.
Okay.
Okay. Motion made and second. All those in favor, vote aye. 3 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Did we vote on 15 earlier?
Yes.
We did? Okay. How about 47, Commissioner Garcia?
Hasn't been voted on
Oh,
yet.
we didn't vote on 15?
47 or 48.
Okay,
Yeah,
47.
Those are mine. Thank you. And we had Mayor Johnson here earlier this morning from the city of Baytown. This item, 47, relates to the city of Baytown. It is a collaborative of 4.4 million that the precinct and the city of Baytown are investing through the partnership program to support investments to the neighborhood roadway and drainage infrastructure. This is part of our bond, similar to what we just voted on with law enforcement. This will include approximately 3,000 linear feet of new sidewalks that will create safer pedestrian routes in neighborhoods that currently lack dedicated walking infrastructure. It's going to replace or address the issues of standing water, roadway flooding. It's going to improve the emergency access and overall roadway reliability during storm events. And it's going to ensure that there is a strong commitment to the flood mitigation and neighborhood safety improvements for the area, for the Baytown area residents. And so just always like to highlight these because these are partnerships with our cities. This one's bond. We have so many others with mobility that we work to invest in every one of the cities in Precinct 2. But I know Commissioner Ramsey, you and all of our other colleagues use that mobility money wisely as well. Thank you. I move on this item as presented.
Second, all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
3 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Commissioner, 48.
On item 48, this is also another partnership project. It's with the Clear Brook City Municipal District for a storm sewer and sidewalk partnership project. This one is about a $400,000 project where we're splitting the cost 50-50. And the project will improve public safety by restoring level walking surfaces and walkways and around storm sewer manholes, reducing the risk of falling or tripping over them, enhancing ADA accessibility to provide safer, more equitable mobility, for multiple locations around the district that are located within the boundaries of Precinct 2. So just excited. Again, partnerships is the way we get things done. And I'm excited to move on this item as presented.
Second, all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
3 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
Commissioner, we had passed under the consent resolution under 489. I need to place a vote on that. We need to vote on it.
Okay, is that the one I had?
Voting rights.
Yeah, I move that we reconsider the vote by which item, resolution number
489.
489 was taken up. Is there an objection? Hearing none, we bring it back up. Now move the item. Second by Commissioner Garcia. 2 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
Well,
Quick enough for you?
I vote,
Y'all got all that?
No, I vote nay.
I brought it back up. He voted no. 2 ayes,
Right.
1 nay.
I move on 490
Okay.
as presented. You second?
That one was already voted on, Commissioner. It was
Okay, we
just
did it.
489.
Yeah, we were just doing that resolution.
489, I'm sorry. So I move on 489, he seconds it,
All those in favor?
and that's a nay.
No, right.
So Commissioner, you moved it and Ellis.
Yeah. Now let's go to 217, Commissioner Ramsey, ARPA. Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute in Harris County. Early Childhood Initiative.
Just need to vote.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia moves it. I'll second it. All those in favor, vote aye. 2 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Commissioner
Nope.
Garcia,
1 aye.
Commissioner Ramsey votes no.
Right.
Next is 219, the same Commissioner Ramsey.
Just need to vote.
282, well, we did 219, right?
Yeah, we did.
218.
218
Doing
was on
219 now, we just did 217, Commissioner.
Did 217, now 219.
Now it's 219.
We didn't have a 218.
I'd put it back on consent.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia moves 219. I'll second it. All those in favor vote aye. 2 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes nay. It passes. Next is 228, Commissioner Garcia, Tax Assessor.
On 228, I just want to say I'm excited to bring forward a motion to once again provide meaningful property tax relief for Harris County seniors and residents with disabilities. This has been a item that I've championed since I've been on court. And I think that when I did it in 2019, it was the first time it had been changed in
It was 22, Commissioner, because I was here already.
in 22. Okay, so it'd been a while since we had done it. And
It
so
was like 1990 was when it had been adjusted previously.
yeah, and then I had made a motion to increase it in perpetuity, but something had to change with the tax rate. And this time we didn't hit that trigger, so that's why I have to do this manually. And I'm excited to do it. I was kind of missing making this motion on an annual basis, but I'm glad this one came forward. The recent analysis showed that Precinct 2 has nearly 393,000 occupied households, including 222,000 homeowners and 171,000 renters. That tells us two things. Many families have achieved the American dream of homeownership, and many others are still working towards it. My goal is to protect both by helping families become homeowners and helping longtime residents stay in affordable housing they have worked so hard to get. Even in a year where home values may not rise dramatically, seniors and residents with disabilities are still dealing with higher costs for insurance, utilities, food, healthcare, home maintenance. For many residents living in fixed incomes, those costs continue to outpace what they can afford. This proposal would raise the exemption from $320,000 to $336,000, a modest 5% increase, combined with the county's existing 20% homestead exemption. It would effectively shield qualifying homes valued up to $420,000 from Harris County flood control and Harris Health taxes. Harris County already leads the state in senior and disabled homestead tax relief. This action allows us to continue leading by protecting vulnerable homeowners and supporting housing stability across our community. This is now the 5th time that I brought this type of item forward and this type of homeowner tax relief since taking office. To me, this is about keeping a simple promise. Harris County should help more residents achieve and maintain the American dream and not make it harder for them to hold on to it. So here's my motion. I move to amend this item to increase the homestead tax exemption for the 2026 tax year for seniors and disabled homeowners for Harris County, the Harris County Flood Control District, and the Harris County Hospital District from $320,000 to $336,000. That's my motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by,
Made by
Garcia,
yeah.
second by Ramsey. Is that all right?
Yeah.
All those in favor, vote aye. 3 ayes, no nays. Item
Thank
passes.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is 252, Commissioner Ramsey. Sunshine Renewable Solutions. You just want to vote?
Is there any impact on the budget? This is $100,000,
252.
252.
Dr. Peterson, or either.
Yes. So Commissioner Ramsey, this is a flood control item. This is a grant-funded solar project that the Flood Control District received from TCQ and EPA. So no direct budget impact, but it is funded through grant program.
Okay.
Money came in and you're getting it out. Right. Okay. Is it okay?
I move on. Right.
Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey. Y'all starting to look alike. Second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Yeah.
3 ayes, no nays. The item passes. Item 257, Commissioner Ramsey. Southwestern Correctional LLC, LaSalle.
So we're moving through our contract, Tony, right? In terms of this is the lead. You wouldn't feel any more comfortable going lower than that. This is
No, sir, this is consistent with the plan, the outsource reduction plan that Chief Bosquez and I brought in January. The plan this year was to reduce 100 June and then another couple hundred in the fall. This then amends that contract to reduce those beds, so we're not paying for beds that we're going to be reducing. So this is step one.
and how many beds are left?
After that, there will be another 400. The plan now is in 2027 with this contract, with the LaSalle OLA contract. This would, through 2027, we will eliminate that contract with the 400 then. That takes us to about 600, 580, 590 beds that would remain outsourced. We'll be able to address those as construction is completed in the 701 or when we get variance beds back.
Daniel wanted me to ask if we get that to 300 rather than 250.
So Commissioner, we didn't assume any savings in the CLSS projection because there's going to be a staffing request in order to make this happen. So
that offsets.
So it'll be savings. We just want to make sure that, check in with the sheriff and make sure hiring and attrition are staying where they are today, as well as and then bringing forth the staffing model. But on a per head basis, in-house is much cheaper than outsourced.
As conditions change, either in our jail renovation or whatever. Thank you for your attention to the detail.
Oh, you bet.
I move on the item.
Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All may vote aye. 3 ayes, no nays. Item passes. I'm going to hold that next item because the judge held it in case she comes back. Let's go to 394. It's a transmittal. J-Web, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, knowing where we've been in J-Web, I'm assuming this is progress in terms of where we were and where we're headed. Is there anyone here that can, and I know this is just a transmittal.
Good afternoon.
Oh, there she is.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
So we're making progress on J-Web.
Yes, sir. We are making progress on JWeb.
So there's a lot of players involved, and it's like herding cats, but you think we're making progress in.
Yes, sir.
And according to your schedule and what you had planned, we're where we need to be?
Yes, sir. We are.
Okay. I'll move on the item.
It's a transmittal. No action, right? Thank you. It's transmitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next one is 440, Commissioner Ramsey. Standard Renewal Amendment Number 3, Interlocal Agreement, Mental Health, IDD.
Well, I just, in 2017, CORE was launched. I could go on about how well CORE has done through the years. Just want to highlight CORE and what it's done mental health wise and otherwise in the county, and I'll move on the item.
Okay, and I'll second it. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
440. You all right, Ace? Yeah. Okay. 3 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Next is item 462. Commissioner Ramsey.
Related to
Renewable energy.
renewable energy, I'll move on the item.
Motion made by
Second.
Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia.
And let me just add, Jesse, come on up here. I just want to thank you for the work that you and Lisa have done on this, and just excited about the progress that we're being made. I know that's no longer your wheelhouse to a certain extent, but can you just give us a quick update as to where things are?
Sure. We're going out to get a PPA, something that corporations do all the time, like a corporate PPA. We hope it'll lower utility costs significantly. We'll lock in for a long period of time at a lower cost than we see in the market. Corporations have been doing that for years. And so we're excited to bring something back. If we don't save money, we don't have to do anything, so there's no risk to the county, but we anticipate savings from this project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Destin.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you very much. Is that a motion?
So move.
Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All those in favor, vote aye. 3 ayes and no nays. Item passes. We just have one item left. Is that correct?
Correct, which is that transmittal 390.
And I was trying to wait for the judge, but I think
I
y'all
think we're
probably want
done.
me to. Might lose a quorum, so let's go to that item. That's item 390. The judge and Commissioner Ramsey pulled that one. Flood Control District update, CDBG, and MIT programs. Thank you all for being here and being so patient.
No, we're happy to be here. Thank you. We did put together a brief PowerPoint in response to some of the questions that we were getting before briefing. So we can go through that very quickly if you would like, commissioners.
That's good.
All right. So this is a transmittal to provide a report on the CDBG program, but I did want to provide some facts because there have been quite a few questions about this particular program over the last several weeks. So if we'll go to the next slide, I think it's important to remember that most importantly, the work that is completing under this program is ultimately driven by the challenges that this region faced during Hurricane Harvey. On the next slide, we see that this is why Congress allocated $5.67 billion to the state of Texas. And on the next slide, we can see that those dollars were allocated to the GLO, and those dollars were allocated to local agencies. On the next slide, we have the fact that in 2023, there was funding that was made available thanks to the vision of Commissioner Don Buckingham to bring flood mitigation projects to this region thanks to this funding. It is important to note that while these dollars were being repurposed and repackaged, there were no new deadlines that were assigned to these dollars for the GLO or for the flood control district. And so that is why, on the next slide, there was very important to recognize that there needed to be extensions. We advocated prior to the contract being in place for GLO to get a 3-year extension. We worked closely with Commissioners Court. We worked closely with Harris County IGA. And I would also note that we were given a motion to make sure that we had adequate time to deliver this program. And that is what happened immediately after court passed that agreement in October 2023. So on the next slide, it's also important to, we can actually go one more.
Can you go back to that one for a second?
Yes.
Just the one on the extensions. One more. Okay, so they gave GLO. Okay, we advocated for 3 years.
Yes.
But HUD gave 2 years.
Yes.
And they gave us a little less than half of their time.
Yes. Less than half. Yes.
And when we made the request for the full 2 years, Did we send that in writing? Was it
Yes.
informally? Okay.
Yes.
So it is on record what we
It is
asked
on
for.
record,
Okay.
yes, yes. We have been on record multiple times requesting that extension. And if we go 2 slides ahead, we also understand that these programs really have a lot of unique requirements and a lot of challenges just due to the fact of the way that the dollars are funded, right? This is originally a housing program, and so we know that there are certain requirements, like the Federal Flood Risk Management Standard, which may apply and be very appropriate for a home, but not for a flood mitigation project that is located in the floodplain. And so really the way that the program was initially set up was very focused on all of those things to the left, making sure that we had minimized as much as possible the need to have environmental clearance, minimize property acquisition and utility relocation. And we also completely understand that there are administrative processes that come with federal dollars. But one of the things that we really couldn't have anticipated was the changing regulations that we were dealing with at the time that led to a lot of uncertainty and frankly led to a lot of project delivery challenges across the nation. So if we go to the next slide, I do want to just spend a moment. We know that there has been a lot of progress made. Our focus has been on making sure that we get these projects into construction. That is critical.
So can we?
Yes.
I just got to know, the judge is going to come down in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Let's take, I know I'm going to leave by 4:10, but can we just take like a 10-minute break? So at least you come down.
Sure.
Okay. And thank you. I know y'all been patient. You've been here long.
Commissioner.
It's now, is it 5:00? Well, no.
3:43.
I was about to say I missed my flight. It's now 3:43, and we'll come back in at 3:50.
Thank you. Okay, it's, thank you, Commissioner Ellis. It's 3:58. Commissioners Court is back in session, and we're hearing from Director Peterson. Thank you.
All right. Well, we had just started presentation, Judge. We can go back to the beginning.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, just to bring us up to where we were, we had really just talked about the fact that these dollars came roughly 5 to 6 years after they were originally allocated, with no change in schedule for either the GLO or the flood control district, which is why we knew it was important back in '23 when we accepted the agreement by court that there needed to be an extension. And that was a motion made by court to make sure that we followed through with that, which we did. So we were now just talking about the challenges that exist as a result of the various federal and process-oriented procedures that we have with these dollars. And we were now going to be talking about really the work that is happening right now. And so if we go to the next slide, we'll just work through these very quickly, but we have a number of projects already under construction. Arbor Oaks in the White Oak Bayou watershed. We can go to the next slide. We have Brooklyn Stormwater Detention Basin also under construction in the Armand Bayou watershed. The next slide shows the Lauder Basin in Greens Bayou. The next slide shows Keegan's Bayou, which is a channel improvement project. So these are all projects that are actively under construction right now. The next slide will show that there is a number, we got one more. East TC Jester is also under construction in the Cypress Creek watershed. So all of this work is underway. We have 4 projects that are in the process of either about to be awarded, which is Isom and Dinner Creek. We've used competitive sealed proposal to look for ways to expedite construction schedule. And we also have Greens Bayou Midreach and Jackson Bayou, which are 2 projects that have been awarded and are moving towards, the contractors are moving towards mobilization. And then on the final slide we have here, there are 2 projects we are still waiting for environmental clearance, and those are also moving forward as expected, and we continue to coordinate with the GLO to make sure that they continue to stay on track. And so if we go to the next slide, really where we are at now is we do want to acknowledge the importance of the conversation that we have had and walk you through the information that has been provided by court. And so I'm going to ask Emily Waddell, our External Affairs Officer, to provide that update.
Thanks so much, Dr. Peterson. Hi, Commissioners Court. So as Dr. Peterson mentioned, we know that this is obviously a priority. We've heard that loud and clear from this court. So in addition to the numerous meetings we've had with your teams and your staff, we want to make sure that we're being consistent in sort of how we share that information moving forward, thanks to Commissioner Ramsey's motion last court, and then also really looking at how best to translate this to the public. So if we go to the next slide, we wanted to just kind of center around the motion from last court. It was incredibly specific, so thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, for that. And really, we've moved into, on the next slide, the production of this report. The first one was delivered to court offices as requested on May 1st, so about a week and a half ago. And moving forward, we plan to, of course, meet the deadlines that have been set by this Commissioner's Court in continuing to transmit this information. The next one's due on Monday, and we're already well underway and near final on that. We also have taken the step to make sure that this report is available on our website, and that will continue moving forward. So hcfcd.org/CDBG, because we love an acronym at the Flood Control District. But we also know that this report is really not public friendly, and that's something that we take very seriously. So on the next slide, you can see we took an extra step and really worked with your court offices, got feedback from each office. Thank you all so much, and thanks to your staff for their participation. But to kind of provide a snapshot. So these project summary sheets provide information about the location, scope, and benefits of each project, as well as key milestones to really give a transparent look at where we are and where we project to be. So there are projected dates and then completed dates on this document. We also have the project budget, including what we've expended and the anticipated construction cost. along with a real look at risk. And Judge Hidalgo, that was something that we heard directly from you and your team. So we not only looked at the project level risk for each effort, but also at the programmatic risks. We are highly aware of both and tracking both. And so this is a way for us to be transparent about that. And then one thing that was really important to Administrator Carter was making sure that we had a way for the community to stay informed and engage. So we have emails, phone numbers, and a website for folks to be able to visit for each project. Again, all of these summary sheets are available on our website, and those will continue to be updated on the same cycle that that larger spreadsheet is updated. So on the next slide, we also know that it can't just stop at reporting. We have a variety of avenues that we use to really keep the public updated. We do regular community meetings on our projects. We, of course, do social media, just like all of you, and also do email and mailed updates. We will continue that work on all of our projects, but we also know that we're looking to go a step further. So really integrating with each of your offices to make sure that there's a presence from us at community events, hosting our own spaces for people to be able to participate and ask questions, and having ad hoc conversations as well. I know we've had quite a few conversations, for example, with folks in Northeast and then also in Cypress Creek to really answer questions about the projects that are in those neighborhoods and in those communities. And I think on the next slide, I will turn it back over to Dr. Peterson.
So looking ahead, really, we understand the focus of this court. We understand the importance of seeing all projects completed, the need for an extension from day one, the criticality to make sure that we have enough time to do these projects. We also really understand and appreciate the focus on helping to cut red tape, find ways to expedite. This court has been very supportive of that. And we also know that we are at a tipping point. We know that where we are is these projects are moving into construction, and we are working on contingency planning with the General Land Office. Our focus continues to be on the work, and we are focused on working with each of you to make sure that we see these projects through to completion. And so I'd be happy to answer questions, Judge and Commissioners.
Commissioner Garcia, and then Commissioner Ellis, and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you. So, Dr. Peterson, just to be clear, we are asking for an extension.
We will be, yes. Yes, we will be. We will be, based on our analysis, initially we asked for we started with a 3-year. And that was based on, just understanding all the work that we had in front of us. Right now, looking at the schedules, we believe that our recommendation is to start asking for a 9-month extension. We know that that is less than what we asked for before. Looking at the schedules, we believe that that puts us in a very good place, and there may be 1, possibly 2 projects that go beyond. And I believe, and in conversations with the GLO, it is clear to me that we should be focused on only the areas where we need extensions. And so we're really trying to segment out the projects where we need additional time beyond and those that we don't. And we want to work as hard as we can to see how far we can get before we go ask. And that's why we really want to see these projects in construction. We want to know the actual days. We want to see the progress. We have 2 projects where we are hoping to pull down that schedule even tighter than it already is. And so that's why that is so important. So 9 months is what we will be talking to the GLO about, and we will continue to talk about also contingency planning with them.
Good deal. And like with any other infrastructure project, we're always hoping for blue skies throughout the deal, but we know that that's not always going to be the case. So thank you for that. And then there's always been the concern that because of the time that GLO took away from us under the previous commissioner, that we're facing some time crunches. Then you got to work and you found some cost escalations that were really because the cost estimates were not done well or not done at all. And then there was, now we've had most recently tariffs, and then in between all that, there's been inflation. And so some projects may be coming in under what we have available. What's the plan to close the gap?
Well, this is actually a good problem to have, right? in COVID, in the years leading up to this moment, we have seen a lot of cost escalation. And we also were seeing right now that the construction industry is, it's not as tight. The competition there's more competition, I should say, as a result of other things going on in the industry. So that's working to our benefit. And so we have already been in conversation with the General Land Office on ways that we can look to mitigate that. So for example, we've talked about the fact that there could be an opportunity to work between the two contracts that we have. We understand that that is
Continue.
something.
Is there a motion to continue until we're done?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And so Commissioner Garcia, there is already a conversation happening, and here's the good news. Here is the good news. If there is work already underway under MIT, that is work happening. So we don't have to worry right now. We are staying focused on DR, and we can continue to explore and investigate and find the best solution for both the Flood Control District as well as the General Land Office.
Good deal. And so there are plans for this that are on the table.
Yes.
And then with the challenges that we've been facing, whether the cost estimates are accurate because of inflation or tariffs, or any other timeline schedules, the schedule that GLO has placed on everyone, are we unique to these problems? Or is this something that any other county or city is facing?
That's a good question. Thinking about this in a couple different ways, Commissioner. So we certainly have faced the same challenges that really counties, cities, other agencies across the nation have been facing as we work through some changing environmental criteria and processes. So that is something that has affected project delivery nationwide. We also know that there are extensions that have been granted in other jurisdictions from HUD to provide additional time to complete work. So extensions are not something that are necessarily unusual, but the way that we have thought about this is that we believe that we need to be able to demonstrate that our projects, we are committed to them. We will invest our money to accelerate these projects to make sure that they are ready to go, and then we can spend the money. And so there have been extensions other places, Commissioner, and we also are focused on making sure that we demonstrate our commitment as well.
Good deal. And then in terms of you've referenced GLO a few times. And look, some folks will be straight, some folks will go sideways, and we just never know which one is which until things are done. In your estimation, in the conversations with the GLO, how do you take their tone? And you're not an elected, so you may hear things differently than I may hear, but just in the many conversations you've had with the high-level folks at GLO, don't know how many times you may have met with the commissioner, probably not many. I would assume you're dealing with chief or high-level directors involved. We invited the GLO to come and embed themselves with us. That was going fairly well, from what I understand. They were there on a weekly basis, and then they themselves pulled back, I think, to nearly monthly, if that. So, how do you take the tone of the conversations you've been having?
So, Commissioner, I know that we have conversations happening with the GLO across our organization. I have conversations with the GLO. Melissa Meyer, who is here today, our CDBG director, works closely with the GLO. Our environmental teams work with the GLO. Our financial teams work with the GLO. So we work closely, collaboratively. We have had a very strong problem-solving relationship. When there are challenges, when there are issues, we can put them on the table and talk through them and find a solution. We know that putting all of our brains together will be able to solve a problem better than if we work in a silo. And so I believe, we each have a role in this relationship. The General Land Office is responsible for managing the grant. We're responsible for delivering the projects. And I believe we both work very well together in a very productive relationship in that context.
Good deal. And so your conversations have been going well. You've not gotten any read to believe that there's something of concern.
Commissioner, I know that, I can't speculate as to, anything beyond my own experience. But what I know, again, is what I'll say, that we have a very collaborative relationship, a very open relationship. There's conversations, information sharing happening. And, I will just stress how much I appreciate the GLO because the progress that we are making would not be possible without that close relationship.
Good deal. And then in terms of the schedule of the projects, I for one was, when I worked with the commissioner to get this funding, we had a very, very robust conversation about the term I was using, shovel ready.
Mm-hmm.
And I referenced that we had a finite amount of time to get these projects done. And I have always been a critic of how this bond project was put together. Environmental requirements, we heard nothing about when I first came into this office. Right-of-way acquisition was not talked about when I came into this office and was getting my briefing from the previous director. The cost estimates weren't talked about. In fact, the previous administration was telling us that there was a deal already made that we would be getting the money, no problems. And we just needed to stay on track. And so with the schedule of things, are there issues that prior to your time have made some of your work a little more difficult than not?
That is a fair question. I would say there are still things we find. Yes. And I would also say that one of the biggest challenges is really the fact that the thing that I think specifically with DR that really set us back in a way that made it difficult. We had some projects that were at the tail end of design, but because of some changes in environmental regulations, we had to go back and redesign a project. And then we had to go back and change the footprint. And so there was redesign happening, unfortunately, due to these regulations that we absolutely want to follow. And so it's important that we get that right. But unfortunately, there was some challenges there that we really struggled with in terms of with some of the environmental regulatory agencies. That this is not something unique to the flood control district. This is something that was happening across the nation.
And I appreciate how you just work to pick the ball up and try to move it forward since you got here. So thank you so much for that. And Judge, I think you had made a comment about an extension that we didn't need an extension. I think someone told me you may have said that in your press conference earlier. Can we just roll this video real quick?
I'm not sure that I said that, Commissioner, for what it's worth.
I move approval of the CDBG DR contract and the CDBG MIT contract between Harris County Flood Control District and the Texas General Land Office. Concurrently, I will also move approval of the CDBG MIT contract between Community Services Division and the GLO. And I further direct the Flood Control District to request an extension of contract time for both contracts from the GLO to ensure that funds can be spent in the local community. And that extension will allow us the time necessary to complete this, so we don't have to give any of our money back.
Would like to second that.
Yeah, well, that's.
All right, so motion on all those. Did you guys catch it?
Yes, and motion's gonna be for all three items, correct?
So that motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
And if I can, yeah, I echo wholeheartedly your sentiments. Thank you, Commissioner Buckingham. Thank you, Dr. Peterson, Director Costas, Director Amon, and the GLO. They've even come to every town hall we've had.
Yeah, exactly.
They are just embedding themselves, and I'm so grateful for this restart and opportunity, and I'm so energized and grateful. Thank you.
Wonderful.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you all
I
so
think
much.
it's an example of how local government can work with Austin.
That's right.
Agreed.
I hear a lot of people griping about Austin, they just don't spend any time.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I just wanted to play that because from the very beginning, we knew time was not our friend because of the previous GLO administration. And so I've said that many times on different conversations related to this item. And so I just want to point out again that this time constraint that we're facing is not of our own doing. And we are doing everything we can to ask for the time. But I'm trying to remember where I got the conversation from, but at some point I remember being told that we shouldn't be asking for a conversation until we showed some progress. And I believe I heard that from either GLO staff or when I was in DC. So again, thank you for your work, Dr. Peterson.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, thank you, Director. Appreciate the update. I know we've got the table now. That's information that we requested at the last meeting. That was information that the GLO needed. I shouldn't have had to come to Commissioners Court to get support from this court to ask you to provide information to the GLO. That should have been something that would be fairly appropriate, fairly obvious. So going forward, we can't be managing this from here. You really need to manage this process, and part of that is staying up with the GLO. So every bit of information, every bit of data that we requested at the last meeting, that was specifically needed by the GLO, and they were not getting. So that concerns me going forward. I think you also are addressing another concern related to the public, keeping them posted. There is much confusion out in the community. There's a lot of conversation there related to when things are going to happen. And part of that is they just don't know. They just don't know. They don't know the details. So again, we have worked through a lot of issues. We know we started with a not perfect schedule in terms of what was put upon the GLO, what was ultimately put upon us. So when we put together a plan, that requires that we hit it on all cylinders all the time. I think there's been some delays internally in terms of when we get projects out, when we get projects bid. And that's very clear, and we can go through a lot of detail related to that. I'll not waste court's time in terms of how much detail, how many projects projects were delayed and for what reason, but they were delayed. And that's on us. That's not on the GLO. I think the GLO has a very clear understanding of what their job is and what our job is. I think their concerns is we're not doing our job. So that concerns me. I get concerned when they tell me that they're having trouble getting data. That's why we had that on Commissioners Court the last meeting. That's why we asked for it. You gave us the information that we asked for, but we had to ask for it first. That shouldn't be operating that way. The other thing is we're going into construction. You think design is complicated? Wait till you try to manage this much construction in this period of time. This is the real challenge. It has been, it's been easy up to this point, I would say. Now the true understanding of what we know, and if we know how to do what we say we know how to do, that's where it's going to come. I'm concerned about how we got where we are, not because of the GLO, not because of other schedules. I'm concerned about what's in our own control and what we do. Those concerns remain. I know that we've still got the construction projects to get fully in place. Some of those still have to be vetted. You got to get the contracts together. You got to get them notices to proceed. You got to work through our programs. But I can tell you, having talked to Administrator Carter, that she's going to be sure that all systems are go within our control to be sure they're out there. I think it's appropriate that Administrator Carter work closely with you in the coming days to be sure that we know what our schedules are. I'm not going to take for granted what you're telling me. It'll be verified by Administrator Carter in great detail in the coming days, and she'll be working with you as we assess where we are, as we assess what else we can do to work with the GLO. So there'll be more conversations with the GLO, but clearly this is urgent, and I'm glad we were able to do a report that we asked for, but I remain extremely concerned.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. And I know we already chatted. For my part, obviously, I appreciate the report as well. I think this is a little bit of one version behind what's on the website, but I think it's really good. It's very easy to understand, and helps everyone keep track of specific project. But of course, as I shared with you, I have concerns. Can't predict the future. But I've come to my own conclusion as to what's more likely to succeed. That's what I got, and Commissioner Ellis had to run. So anything to add from
Well, I
your
would just like to say a couple things in response to Commissioner Ramsey. So I hear your concerns, Commissioner. I will tell you that we stay in close communication with GLO, and if we were aware that they needed information, I fully expect the team would have provided that. So we have already been implementing communication policies, procedures several months ago. And so I do believe that those, whatever issues did exist, we need to make sure that the lines of communication continue to stay open with GLO. I do not think that they should have to, nor do I think that the team has heard this feedback. And so I think it's important to be clear about that so that we can be able to be responsive. I know we provide weekly updates to the GLO about our work, and I desperately want to make sure that they get the right information that they are looking for. And so we will continue to strive on that front. In terms of, the other concerns related to, construction, absolutely. It's not an easy street by any stretch of the imagination. And, that's why we have a team of people who are engaged and work with us on that front. But I hear you. I understand the concern. We're going into what could be a rainy season and absolutely need to be on point, tracking, and we have brought on additional staff to make sure we can do that.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else to add, folks? Thank you, Director, and thank you to the team. Colleagues, it's my understanding this is the last item on deck. Anything else, County Attorney Clerk, that we need to do? All right, great. Well, thank you, colleagues, and everyone here. It's 4:28, and this meeting of Commissioners Court is now adjourned.